zeros on a percentile dice?
That's
100.
I'm going to give him a d20, hold on.
Tonight, we are joined by cats. Not the musical, I mean literal cats.
Meow.
The animal.
Hello, James's mum.
The irony being that I keep on forgetting to give Mum Swiss. We actually saw Mum and Dad yesterday for dinner,
James.
and I forgot. I'm really sorry. Indeed, I am ashamed.
Okay. You will remember someday.
At some point, Swiss, you are muted, but
Swiss will remember this.
You're a terribly inefficient delivery boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I pay Amazon to do it for me. Does someone mind doing the obligatory service spammage?
That'll make it better. Now I can say hello to James's mum. Hello, James's mum.
You know, it hits differently when Swiss does it.
You would be really impressed. You'd be really impressed with your
How
son
does it
as
hit,
you receive
James?
the gift that he was set to give you.
It's funny because she's never going to watch this. How are we all doing?
Once she receives a wooden mushroom from a complete stranger, she'll go, "These people."
This is a strange community. Yeah.
Right. This would be like a little flashback to her being told off and being warned about D&D back when she was like.
Back during the Satanic Panic?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's like now just hearing of her boy who's being sent wooden mushrooms by strange men.
I had to explain to my parents why D&D wasn't satanic when I first started.
That's
I mean,
troubling.
describing me as a boy is a bit awkward because I just turned 30.
You're just an old boy.
I'm just old boy.
An old boy.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I feel old. I feel old and boyish.
Oh, do you now, James? You poor thing, you.
I know everyone's young when they're not as old as you, right? Yeah.
Well, I happily say with a couple of mates of mine who are like anywhere between 6 to 18 months older than me, I happily maintain that I can never be old as long as I know people who are older than me.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
as long as I've got a mate who I can go, well, I'm not as old as you, I am therefore by default not old because they're older.
Yep.
And that's all the logic I need to apply to it.
Yep.
This is the advantage of being the youngest in a friend group, consistently.
You do, dude. You should be.
A long time.
Arby should be older than he is. Arby should be older. Like you are. What are you, like 21 or something?
24.
Oh man.
24.
So young. I remember when I was 24. I actually don't.
Like an age ago, but yesterday.
Indeed.
I'll say this though, for the longest time, I felt like I was 25, like the same as I did when I was 25. I don't really feel any different, except when my knee goes, and then I go, oh, I'm not 25 anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
So we're gonna rob
It's
someone,
not fair,
huh?
James. It's not fair at all.
Yeah, the continual progression of time forward 1 hour per hour is real. Yeah, I'm feeling it.
That's exactly how we calculate it.
Yep.
And we made up the rules.
How we counterlate it. Yes. Yes. Welcome back to this stream, in which occasionally we play Dungeons and Dragons. And shall we dive straight in, or is there anything you want to add, Swiss?
Oh dear.
Shall we return to Swiss's lecture on age?
Now.
Stop right now. Thank you very much. My younger sister wrote a blog post about how the world was different in 1990 when I was born. It was a really interesting read. I'll probably put it in the Discord at some point because I think it's pretty cool. Anyway, let's begin.
I remember the 90s.
Tonight's game of the Dysfunctionals. Opening theme begin.
Born in the 90s.
I believe so. Yes, that makes logical sense.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Well, welcome back. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I should update the credits. I don't want to change the music.
Okay.
I think the music is perfect, but I'd like to maybe update the animations and stuff and try and do something different with the video. Anyway, last time you lot have been in Farinloth for a little while, a fair few days, maybe approaching a week or something, and you've been unraveling the mystery of the murder/disappearance of Ella's temple researcher friend, Mara. You have unmasked a cult, the cult of Trindagan, red robe wearing cultists. You have exterminated almost all of them by tracking down their base in the woods nearby the town of Farinloth. There have been high stakes conversations with family members. There has been drama. There has been brutal bloodshed. There have been interactions with the local flora and fauna. And there have been lessons learned by everybody. But your plan is to... Oh, I'm going to turn myself down a bit because I think I might be peeking.
Always wear gloves.
Your plan is to wear gloves. But after you've worn gloves, your plan is to, as I understand it, insofar as the DM can possibly understand what his party chooses to do, is to raid/rob the house of the high priest of the Temple of Helm, Cherral Novaste. Brüz, you have done a kind of preambulatory round of the premises. There's a fence going around, a big garden surrounding this manor. You saw a human figure exit the premises, having apparently had some kind of meeting with Cherral. You've gone back to the tavern. Everybody else stuck around to plot the details and to have in-depth conversation. Hello, Shad. Good to see you. Thank you for the bits. Wow. D&D day. Sometimes it does happen. Yeah, so you guys are in the tavern. We figured that we would kind of do wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey. There have been conversations this evening, but earlier in the evening, you guys had time to discuss what your plan was going to be. How are you planning to infiltrate? How are you planning to break in? And how are you planning to find the goodies in this high priest's home?
And how are we planning to break
So-
out again? All very good questions.
The board, the blackboard is still downstairs in the corner of the bar, if I remember correctly.
Mhm.
As I don't believe anybody should have moved it from
Are we
the
just-
venue themselves.
Nobody was brave enough, no.
Brave enough to
So Brüz catches Nuru's eye at one point in the evening and ushers her over to the corner, and then
She goes.
gives her the quiet, like, you go and find Arthrin, I'll go and find Yell and Kyro and Eirys, and nobody say anything to Ella, okay? Okay.
Then how will Ella know?
Ella is not supposed to know, remember?
Oh yeah.
What Ella doesn't know, Ella can't know.
Yeah, that's totally true.
Exactly. And then Brüz just disappears off to go and find Yell and then
Okay,
Kyro
where-
awkwardly will like stand a few paces away in the tavern and kind of hood on, catch Yell's eye, give him a nod, and then turns away and then goes to find Kyro. Equally, kind of stands just awkwardly aside, waits until he catches Kyro's eye,
All right.
gives a nod,
He doesn't understand.
Where's
but-
Arthrin?
and then disappears back over the corner and waits for Nuru and Arthrin and the others to all turn up.
Oh, okay. Hi. Are we, You know,
You're just with us.
Are you ready for this, Arthrin?
I'm not sure if I'm ever ready for anything that this group comes up with. We talked.
Okay, good. That's exactly where we need you to be.
Okay.
Ready for anything.
I got some rope,
Right.
and I've got an arrow that I can tie the rope to the end to, because I remember we talked something about like maybe doing like the whole
Yeah.
Nice
Firing a-
initiative.
Yes.
yeah.
Where is
Rope.
Brüz is like, where is Kyro? And goes message, Kyro, did you not get my look? Join us at the corner behind the board. Thank you.
Okay.
then messages
This was
Eirys
in his
goes,
head,
Eirys,
but
behind the board. Oh, sorry, this is Brüz. I don't mean to just be in your mind. It's important. Behind the board. Sorry.
Kira just looks at her vaguely troubled.
Yeah, let's go see what the fuck they want.
Oh, thank God he contacted you too. Off we go.
Okay. So, apparently we're breaking into the High Priest's house.
What?
What?
Looks around at the surrounding area.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Like, are there people here? Let's find out.
Yeah, there's evening patrons.
Let's make sure nobody can hear
This
us.
is... Yeah. Alright.
This is important.
Oh. I got a 14.
14. From what you can see, there's all manner of kind of pockets of groups of, market workers and local kind of residents who use this tavern as their evening haunt. It's early evening now, and they're all seeming pretty focused on what it is that they're doing. Occasionally, a couple will glance over because of the colourful characters in your party, but it's nothing additional to the kind of attention that's usually drawn to you. No one seems to be paying massive attention to what you guys are talking about.
I know how we can keep this on the down low. We don't refer to it as what it actually is. We're planning a play, and the play is taking place at the theater.
Why don't we just go somewhere that isn't public?
I don't know.
Because
I
the
feel
board is
yeah.
already here.
This blackboard like completely cuts off half of the room. This is like subterfuge.
I know. That's why I think we should talk in we're
Okay.
planning a play.
I like that idea. I'll do my best to keep it on target.
Just
What, I don't know much about the laws about plays, but, what are they?
Think of it like a story being told by people on a stage.
Lots of fake murder.
So are
Usually.
we doing a fake murder also?
no.
No.
I
All right.
agree with
Nuru.
Kyro. I'm confused.
Yes. Maybe we're trying too hard.
Maybe we need the
What?
talking spoon again.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm
Crap,
afraid
what-
my spoon is turned into a stick, but I'm happy to use this for the time being.
Can
Um,
I say,
Mhm.
step one of this play is to make sure that the lead actor, we know exactly where he is.
yeah, that's a good idea. Like, we need to know where the lead is. So if we were going to say sneak around the lead without him seeing us,
Scenes.
yes,
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's good that we can use some terminology here.
Does the lead
The-
need an understudy?
What's that mean?
Maybe.
We might be getting a little metaphysical with the terminology. Yeah?
Okay, what's
If you
understudy
wanted
mean?
to shadow him in disguise, that might make for some confusion. But I also had some extended thoughts on the idea that may actually work quite nicely.
Out of
That
characters,
is-
Joe, an elf or a human?
Cherral, you remember, is a high elf.
Okay. Makes all the difference.
Um,
Because
there's a-
you can't put a high elf to sleep.
So, I have had more of an idea, being that instead of just messing up Cherral in his house, in his home,
Mm-hmm.
we can draw him out and actually have him chase ghosts through the streets of the town. We draw him out of the house,
So
and
really
then
make him seem like a nutcase.
just a crazy person running through the town. And all we need to do
So we want to
is get
discredit
out of the
him.
house.
Okay.
Okay. How do you
So that
propose
way
we do
any
that?
Testimony.
It means we don't need to put as many animals at risk, and it means that we still get the chance to go in and mess with the items he's stashed away.
So
But-
we're luring our lead out into the street. Well,
Well,
another group.
That's yes. So we have those who cause the trouble and draw him out and about, and those who infiltrate and loot and leave a calling card or two, just to keep him on his toes. You know.
All right.
Why isn't Ella here?
Ella is not here so that she doesn't know what's going on, so that if anyone ever asks her about anything that went on, she can say that she doesn't know what happened.
She
And
doesn't want
not have
spoilers for the
tell.
play.
Tale.
She also wants to be escorted into the library so that she can just look through all the library books at her leisure while we're doing bits. Perfect alibi
Yes.
that way.
Okay.
So she's there and gets to be in a happy place whilst the rest of us make some mayhem.
Do you think it might make sense for, like, not literally everyone in the party being involved in this plot for the sake of giving the party an alibi? We can say, oh no, we weren't doing this. We weren't at the house that night. We were over here doing this. And because some of us were in that other place, that gives credence to the alibi.
Okay, I need to
Are
know
you
some-
offering to go somewhere else and not be involved, Arthrin? Is that what I'm getting here?
I mean, I can do. I was quite excited by the prospect of, like, doing, like, swinging
the
in from the roof
roof,
and, like, but it's up to you guys. I'll do whatever I'm told, basically.
Okay.
Well, I think there might be options for both. What I was thinking was if we are able to just rattle him a little, so that he's not alarmed but more curious. Get him to walk the grounds and look for something. Then have someone, say, like Yell or myself, who can change our appearance, stand just by a corner and, not being seen, be seen, and then hide, luring him further and further afoot and making him more and more curious as to who was there.
What
I
if,
have
And
an
then
idea.
as we
what
get
if one of us looked like Mara?
I was just about to
What's
say.
Eirys?
What if one of us looked like the ghost of Mara, or created an illusion of the ghost of Mara? That would draw his attention.
Oh.
That's true, but has anyone ever seen Mara before? I haven't.
Or was that painting?
No.
We have the painting.
Oh, that's true.
And
Yeah.
Oh. Especially that.
and
That
plus, she
image
looks
of
sort of
her.
otherworldly and weird.
Do you know what?
Yes.
Magic.
A floating
Photo
painting
painting.
version of her. That would be very, very, very fun.
Wow.
What is it, Kyro?
So just to clarify, our objective is to rob him, but do we also want to make it so that he can't retaliate in some way by
Well-
making him seem like he's crazy?
Well, the primary objective is to just shake things up for him. It's not really about stealing things. That's maybe obligatory, perhaps, is this not?
So are we just doing this to mess with him?
My main goal is to
Mostly.
discredit him to this town and make him not as powerful.
I mean-
kind of hoping to steal from him, but
I mean, stealing from him, he's clearly wealthy. He'll have lots of stuff and valuables in the house. That's probably going to be worth us picking up on because we need money.
True.
That's going to be the happy additional benefit of this little endeavor. But the primary objective is to take a man who is so sure of himself that he would blatantly steal and take from those which he is set to shepherd, and not feel like he is outside of judgment. People like that, they need to be rattled. They don't need to be harmed. Say, they
Yeah.
don't need to lose everything they have, but they need to be reminded that chaos exists for a reason, and that believing you have control over your environment is the quickest way to lose control.
I mean, we've certainly already rattled him. You guys had your Stoat adventure. That was quite something.
Yeah, I think that was a good start.
Yeah, a good start is my thought as well. Hence why I figure if we can get Cherral to curiously check a window and then maybe step outside and check a door, I think that Mara's ghostly visage may send him running back into Sanctuary if it's too close to the house. What we need to do in that scenario is really
Make
draw
him
him
not
out.
feel safe in his house.
Yes.
Well, just
Okay.
kind of put that ghost at his bedside.
Yeah, I guess we'd find it would be easier to scare him out of the house than try to draw him out of the house, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I imagine it would, actually.
And I wouldn't feel safe in my house if a ghost showed up at my bedside. The place
Yeah.
I'm supposed to be comfortable.
Yeah. Reminding me of my
Yeah,
past
very
mistakes.
true.
I feel like I've read that in a book somewhere. Maybe it like,
Well,
I do.
if you
like that
haven't, it's
idea.
definitely a book idea.
yeah. Anyway,
So.
DM
If
question.
we look at this,
okay, Swiss,
Yes,
you can
go
finish.
ahead.
Okay, I'll let Albie go for it.
How tall was Mara from that painting
Oh,
compared to Cherral Novaste?
Just have her floating and not have feet.
considerably shorter because high elves are pretty tall. What race was Mara, Zoe? Just remind me.
Human.
A
She's
human.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's
So within my foot.
there's
Short foot.
the height of Cherral and the height of Mara. I mean, she's definitely within a foot of your height. But yeah, she was probably 6-7 inches shorter than Cherral because elves are pretty tall. Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know to make sure I could accurately convey a ghostly spectral Mara as myself.
Sure. Kyro.
Have her floating around with her hair all.
So he's rich and a cleric. I don't know how powerful the cleric he is, but do we want to worry about him casting any spells, or are we just gonna kind of hope he doesn't do that?
I think the idea is to not stand in the way, but just so part of my thought is I can create a field of darkness, quite a large field of darkness, and I imagine that Yell can as well. Yes. And my thought was, imagine we put Mara standing at the foot of the bed or something. Is anyone here, anyone present, able to create an illusion that is not necessary of standing in the place.
I am.
Oh, really? Can you create that illusion
No, I can kill people.
from, say, his window?
I mean,
I think she might have been being sarcastic.
I can technically fly for about 10 minutes. And I can make
can-
myself look like Mara, but I wouldn't be able to do the darkness and the flying at the same time.
I could make.
Would
Well-
look someone else look like Mara.
I mean,
You could make. Could you make
Um,
yourself?
do that
look
with
like
practical
Sarah?
effects, probably.
I can fly.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Like with the bandits up that cliff, you just kind of.
I mean, I could probably make you look like a ghost, but
I mean,
Like
I
with
can,
makeup?
and I'm gonna disguise self, like look
Yeah.
like a ghostly visage of Mara,
I feel like
sort
if
of
it was just
slightly
makeup,
floating
it
off the
wouldn't
ground.
be as believable as
Mhm.
Mara.
I can do this, but
Don't-
I can't do it on
all
anyone
at
else.
once. We need to
see,
need
he's
to keep
probably
ourselves
going to.
ready.
He's probably going to cast magic at the ghost, right?
Yeah, to make sure it's real.
Yes, hence why
So
the
it would
thing
be
that
better if it's
is
not
cast
a
would
person.
be dispelled. Exactly. So an illusion that is
Magic can be
dispelled, which
dispelled.
Yeah.
So practical
Yes.
effects might actually be better because if he tried to
Mhm.
dispel it, it wouldn't dispel,
But
and he might not
however-
think of
First
someone in
instinct.
makeup.
But like,
Surely his
wouldn't he
first
know how
instinct's
to
gonna
get
be-
rid of a ghost? I guess not. I don't know.
dispel magic. Yes.
I would say,
however-
wouldn't it be what you and Alec do against the undead? Make them run away
Yeah.
or disintegrate.
Well, again, this depends upon whether or not he actually has those skills ready and at hand.
Exactly. We don't know if he does or not. Is the thing.
He may have studied, but whether or not he actually possesses a divine connection, gifting
I
him such
would
skills.
Assume a high priest would have some kind of clerical ability.
We should assume he's got clerical abilities. He
Yeah.
at least has a magic ring.
We shall.
This is a
We
fun
saw him
plan.
put
and
on some
everything,
kind of
but
magic ring. We don't know what that does, so he's got magic.
Yeah.
Usually, the best way to deal with a magician is to find a way to restrain and gag them so that they can't cast magic.
Well-
But this plan is not that. So I don't. Yeah.
I can also, not so much at the same time from memory, but if I remember correctly, I believe I can also create a silent bubble around the area
Yeah, that.
to make it
That's good too.
to start with, whilst the
Which would be
Mara
really
figure is
creepy
there.
if he just woke up and was deaf.
Yeah. And, well,
That
not
sounds-
deaf, but not even able to scream. He would be mute. He would not hear his own voice.
And the spell would not be able
Nor
to be
here-
cast.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Well, that's
And
that's kind of dark.
Unless it's only a movement component. I'm not familiar with that. I'm pretty sure it's a verbal spell.
There's
to
only
break
a few
those sorts of
spells that
things.
have only somatic.
Yes.
Could we
So-
trap him in his room with the ghost and the silence?
That's part of the idea. And then when he runs out,
Okay.
he can run out into a field of darkness.
Hmm.
Whoa, that's definitely
And
going to
then
scare him.
Once he breaks clear of the field of darkness,
Maybe
just
it'll scare
have-
him into being a better person.
I mean, that's
maybe.
the idea, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be
Yes.
the ideal is that he gets scared and we scare him straight.
I swear, this would make a fantastic book. Anyway,
Well-
yeah.
don't write anything down just yet.
Oh right, yeah.
Okay.
We don't want to be made culpable.
Well,
Yes.
he's rich
Just
and he
keep
can cast magic,
keep it in here.
so it's possible that he has traps in his house, but you guys can see magic, so that's good. And then if there's anything practical, then we'll just try to keep an eye out for that, I guess.
Okay, so I guess so. So
if this all goes to plan to start, wherever he is, if he's sitting in the lounge reading a book, or if he is in his bed, we locate him, and then in that room, I create silence,
Okay.
and then the Mara ghost can appear however they might like, and then with nowhere to go and no way to say, he may then run. When he runs into darkness, and then hopefully outside with a bit of shoving and pushing. And once he runs outside, we set up some people further and further away, trying to corral him, to chase him out into the street.
Okay. So that's going to be our tactic.
And then whilst he's out, we
Right.
send our most capable rogues and deepest pockets in to find the room and the things and clean him out.
So we are stealing. Okay.
So we're chasing him out of the house and then stealing once he's gone.
Yes. Well, we'll leave some on site to clean up, and others to shepherd away. And also, we need to find a way to get Ella into the library so that she can be there and not here. Not there.
I could summon some ravens to bother him once he's outside.
Oh, ravens! That's a fabulous idea, Nuru.
They're the spookiest animal.
Where are they?
Oh,
Blackbirds.
Okay.
I feel
Really
like getting
smart.
Ella into the library will be easiest. We just say, Ella, do you want to go to the library?
Yeah, if you guys, if
she
you
almost ran off earlier to get into the library before we even.
maybe I
we're
should
going.
maybe I should be on Ella watch. Maybe that would be best. Because again,
Alright.
we don't want to have too many cooks, and besides, the alibi thing is a good point. We need to make sure
Yeah.
at least a couple of us are in another place, so that when we say no, we were in another place, ask the people who are in the library, they'll tell you that we were there.
well, this is where I actually had some grander plans for you, Arthrin.
Oh, okay.
You had already expressed such excitement at getting up on the roof with your arrow and line that
Yeah.
I thought you best to be a lookout. And as a lookout, you could actually both keep an eye on everyone below the house,
Yeah.
as well as keep an eye on the temple where Ella would be. And
Okay.
I imagine I read a very interesting set of tomes once about assassins in an earlier time, and they had this marvelous trick of going from buzzing from rooftop to rooftop, following people and creating chaos down below them whilst remaining completely unseen. And I thought you, being a rogue and all, would be very good at that.
People
I mean-
very rarely look up.
That's true. I've noticed that. I think if we wanted to go along that line, I think Kyro or Eirys would probably be better choices. But we want our best people to be going inside and grabbing the treasure, don't we? So I'm happy to do that. Does anyone have any misgivings about that?
How about
Eirys?
you and me go with Ella, and once Ella is in and we've been seen with her, we sneak away.
That's a good way to do that.
Alibi. Okay. Sure.
Oh, yes.
Should I?
Good.
What do I do?
You can
Am I not? Do I not need an alibi because of? What do I do?
I mean-
Probably better if
No,
Do we all need one? I don't.
no, the rest of us will be assumed with our compatriots who are assuring that we were there. Oh yes, Brüz was asleep in the chair in the corner. Of course he was. Kyro was upstairs.
yeah, we'll
Of course
just
he
we'll
was.
just gaslight anyone who asks us.
Sure.
I mean, you don't have to fart at people, but I'm sure that that'll be an effective way of distracting them.
That's okay. That's not what that means, but
Okay. So Kyro, if you like, you can
Oh.
come with us to the library.
I don't know. I mean, if this is a weird plan for
Well,
me.
I actually thought Kyro, I'd hoped would be very much along the front lines, remaining very much close but out of sight, to help really get those little nudges in the right direction once, for example, when the darkness strikes and he needs to
But we're not
hear
killing
a sound.
him.
No, definitely
So-
not trying
Too
to
high
kill.
profile.
What does that mean?
Do you mean literally steering him in the right direction so he runs the right way?
Like shoving him?
Yes.
Or...
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I hope that it wouldn't need to be so literal. My thought was more just, say, creating loud noises if he turns away that seems
Like with rocks?
counterintuitive
Slam a
to
door
our...
in his face, knock something over the way he's running so he thinks something's there, runs the other way.
Yes. Much of this kind of mindfuckery revolves around creating noise and movement where you can't be certain what has made the noise or created the movement. Like,
Okay.
you know, when you go down into a room and the lights are off, and even though you can see kind of okay in the dark, just off to the side, something moves. And then when you look, there's nothing there. That's
So I'm the
spooky,
distraction.
isn't it? You are a part of the distractions. You're also part of the effort to see him running mad and afraid into the streets in night. Because this
Okay.
is, as Yell so well and truly pointed out the other night, he is going to suffer the most through his own ridicule of the people he surrounds himself with. So
I just
if we
want to
can
get things on him that'll make him look bad. I don't know about this.
Yes, I mean, death is a rather abrupt getting somebody. It's not going to speak well for them if they're dead, but we're not trying to kill him, Kyro.
No, I
That's
understand that,
definitely
which is why I'm confused as to what you want me to do. But okay.
Okay, yes.
I mean, you're making sure he
I
runs
feel
out of the
like
building,
you're
right?
asking the wrong person to do a thing, is what I feel like.
Brüz
Like I'll
turns
do
to
it. but
Eirys
I don't know.
and
Okay.
says, Am I not giving a clear explanation of the idea, or am I picking the wrong person for the job?
Mm.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm fast, I guess. Like if you, I've
Have
never
you ever heard
pretended
of
to
a
be a
joke
ghost
before,
before,
Kyro?
so. Yes, Brüz, I know what a joke is.
Okay, good.
I mean,
Have you heard of a prank before?
Yes, I know what pranks are. You're suggesting this
Okay,
is a
this is-
prank.
This is basically a prank.
Okay.
However, we're making it rather high stakes and therefore far more amusing for us.
Okay.
I'm glad to see you're getting excited now, Kyro. This is really getting fun. So,
Is this a prank on
We have-
me too, or
No.
okay?
It's a prank on the high
No.
priest, right? This is who we're pranking. We're scaring him out of his house, and your job is
I don't know
to
him
scare
that
him.
well.
Well, we know he's a dick,
I
don't
just
we?
dislike him.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah,
but
we-
I don't like. I don't know how to psychologically manipulate him. I don't know him on that level.
I mean, at
you
the
don't need to know too much. Just
I think we know
get
enough
your
to
head
manipulate
about
him.
the plan,
Mm-mm.
which is that when he is chased from his abode by figures in the darkness and moments where he cannot scream, he will run outside, we hope. And by running outside, you will hopefully be there with Arthrin perhaps aside, maybe Eirys as well, and that all of you will divert him away from the house.
by pelting him
Preferably,
with gravel.
well, I mean, that might
I can
alert him.
send up to 8 ravens at him.
Right, the ravens are cool. The ravens make sure he runs away, and we're there to
Listen,
make sure he doesn't run back into the house or something.
Yeah.
if we're the ones going into the house, then we're not going to be the ones chasing after him and
Yes.
trying to get him away from the house.
I mean, once we know that he's away, we can then turn around and head in, and everything in there's for the taking, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think what Brüz is suggesting is the chronology of this is we cast magic spells to scare him out of the house. We're on hand to make sure he gets out.
Yes.
And then once we know that he's out and away and being pelted by sticks and ravens and pebbles, we double back and run in.
No sticks, no pebbles. Ravens, yes.
Okay. Right. Okay.
'Cause,
Yeah.
If we want this to seem supernatural
Right.
as opposed to actually physical,
Sure.
voices will come from nothing. The sound that he wants to make, he can't. The things he wants to see, he won't. And then he will find himself chased by birds away from his abode.
So should the
Whilst that
silence be
happens-
centered on something he's wearing then?
Well, the silence is centered on its face when I cast it. So as
Okay.
long
Can
as...
be attached to an object like light and darkness, though.
I don't know if I can make silence at something. I've never tried. I
Well,
think
you
it
can
was
just
more a
attach
thing
it
of
to
it
his
was...
better.
I'm just gonna follow Eirys' lead, and then I'm gonna look for evidence that of like stuff he's done that's bad, and then I'm
Also,
gonna
that's the
steal-
point. We could attach the darkness to him, so he's
That's
running
what I'm
blindly.
gonna do. That's okay.
As far as I remember, my silence magic does not... it sort of lands in a place, kind of like a ball. I don't believe I can attach it to him. It would just be in that space. It's quite a large space. But a good 40 foot across in the middle.
Okay.
So a good portion of a room would be completely within silence, and then as he runs out of that room, unable to cast spell or scream for help, the next room that he runs into will be one filled with darkness, and he will fumble about, and we shall find a way to corral him towards the doors. A bit of thaumaturgy often uses a quite effective little way of popping a door open to make him feel like that's the only and best way out.
And if he's looking like he's going to run further into the house, we'll be on hand to, smash stuff, showing that there's ghosts right in that direction. So he's going to be scared and turn and run the other way. Okay.
Yes,
I think I
hide
understand.
in the darkness.
I think I understand what's going on here. I'm obviously not going to be in the building. I'll be on the roof with my rope, and I'll be looking out like an ancient assassin.
Are we waiting for myself and Arthrin to get back before we start this then?
I think that makes
All-
sense.
All
Yeah.
hands for launch, but this makes sure that we can be set up. Yell and I can definitely
is
do
our-
some scoping of the windows and doors to see where he is set up, and then I can coordinate with message so that everyone knows when to go.
Okay.
I think I understand this plan.
The moment he's out the house, he's not
Yeah.
going to go and hide in an alleyway. He's going to go and get help and probably return. We'll be on a
Yeah.
tight
Yes.
timeline.
So part of this is the idea that when he runs out, that running towards the place he thinks is safe is not the way he wants to go. So the way he turns is the way he is faced with things he doesn't want. That's when the ravens come out. So the ravens chase him away from Sanctuary. That way he can't find Sanctuary in the place he wants.
So you're suggesting that the ravens are chasing him like into the town square or something, where there's loads of people, and they're watching him
Yeah.
flail, and that's going to destroy his reputation as well, right?
That
Yeah,
is
and
part of the
honestly,
plan.
ravens have been known to attack people if they're bad to them, so that could be an explanation that people on the outside might see.
Yes, true. Or even just at the point where he runs into a public space the ravens have recalled, and so he
Yeah,
starts
if,
running and
if he's
screaming,
somewhere
"Going,
public,
"Birds,
the,
birds,
yeah, the
get
ravens
me,"
will
and there are no
run.
birds.
So I should be tailing him once he leaves, and then I summon the ravens back once I think they've done their job.
Okay.
Yes.
If he doesn't leave his house, do we just rob him anyway and then leave?
I guess if he doesn't leave,
May
won't...
make it difficult, but if the opportunity presents itself, I'm sure that can still be achieved.
Yeah.
I think we'll be fine. I really think that between Nuru's birds, Yell's ghostly visage, and I've also for a moment able to create the same image myself, and if I do it right, I can make my duplicitous self appear in the same visage as well, giving us options for 3 ghosties all at once. So
Just make sure he never sees 2 of them at once,
I mean,
because then that would be weird.
ghosts can appear in multiple places at once, right? I don't know how ghosts work. Anyone ever fought a ghost before?
No.
a few times, but they well, yes, that was that wraith. Ghosts tend to be anywhere they damn well please.
Well, never mind then. I don't know anything about ghosts.
So, are we good? Do we know what we're doing now?
What if he does dispel it, and he instead sees Tiefling in
Nothing.
front of him?
Well, that's why I thought instead of putting Yell into the place, perhaps.
Like an illusion, right?
Well, I think dispel magic is something that you could only do if you have the ability to speak the incantation.
When he's out
Oh,
of
yeah.
the silence thing.
Brüz,
Well,
can your
that's when
other self be dispelled?
Yes.
But that would just disappear, right?
It would, but I'm thinking that I probably I could probably do that and have the silence as well.
But
I think
as if he does dispel as soon as he gets out of the no speak bubble. If it's your duplicitous one that he sees, and then there's still the 2 of us that haven't been dispelled.
Yes, that would be ideal.
That would kind of give the thing of the ghost is fucking with him, and the dispel magic didn't work.
Yes, well, if that comes to it, I think that's the good plan, and then that way we can put the duplicity somewhere very much where he shouldn't be if we can't find an open door to let ourselves in. But would we get Arthrin, Kyro, and Eirys to go and spend a few minutes with Ella before walking her up to the library, getting her in there, and Nuru, Yell, and I can wander up towards the homestead of our friend Cherral and just get a final scope on where he's at and who else might be visiting, because it might
Yeah,
be
like what
fun
if
to
he's
play
not
with others
alone?
as well.
Okay.
We'll soon find out.
So, just to
Rest
confirm...
assured, I'll let you know.
Yeah, just to confirm the plan, just so I know.
Yep.
Eirys, Kyro, and I are saying that we want to go to the library, and Ella will sweep us away with her enthusiasm for that. We'll spend a few minutes in the temple library. At the same time, you guys are getting yourselves in position. That's Yell, Brüz, and Nuru to do your crazy magic stuff. And you're based outside of the house? Is that right?
We're going to initially be, unless we can get ourselves into the house and make this all the more exciting, we would probably be set up somewhere where we can see inside but not be seen so easily, and hopefully just chase him out. But I imagine
that we might find a way in that's not too difficult.
Okay.
Yeah, that's important.
Later.
Okay. That seems like quite a big thing to not know for sure how you're going to get in. I mean, I'll be on the roof, so I mean, yeah, I might. If I get myself up onto the roof, I could use some of the rope and freaking swing down into a second story window. I know that there are 2 stories in that building.
Oh, really?
Are you? Yeah.
I mean, I saw
Also,
vaguely when we were walking past the other day. Sorry, Kira.
Sorry. You're able to see magic, right? When someone is, right?
Not me.
If I cast the right spell, sometimes I can locate and detect magic things. Yes.
Looking at my spell list.
So as long as we can see where there might be magical traps, then
I can dispel
we can check to
magic.
see if there are any practical ones, and then that's good. So I guess if there is
I can also dispel magic.
Dispel it, and we can go in
Yeah.
that way.
So we got lots of dispels if we need them.
Yeah. He might not have any. It's just, I mean,
Good
he's
to
got
have 'em
money,
in case.
so
I could also make him blind or deaf. I've a few ruin his day kind of things I can do.
Huh.
Okay. I guess. I mean, we're gonna go to bed in a bit because it's getting kind of late. But we're gonna do this tomorrow evening.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
sundown.
All right.
Sundown.
Yes. I'd say head out for a stroll a little before sunset and enjoy
Get
the
going to the
last
library.
warmth of the day.
You'll message us when you want us to head over, right?
And everyone should be packed and ready to go.
Yes, we're packing and leaving the tavern because as soon as this is done, we're going in. We're going towards. We've got the map. Yell, you got the maps,
Yeah.
right?
I was wondering why we needed an alibi since we are skipping town.
And have your warm clothes and
That's true.
and any changes of underwear.
Yes, Nuru. Okay.
What's underwear?
If we're skipping town, that's true. Maybe we don't need an alibi so much.
Maybe we should leave town and some of us should tail back.
It's a good idea.
I think that works, yeah.
Oh, that's way better. Thank God.
Yeah, that is better.
Hey,
So we make
All
as
right.
if
Well,
we look as if we're leaving town. We double back.
We
We
leave
sneak.
like in the middle
Alright.
of the day. Yeah.
Okay.
yes. Well, leave
Yeah.
about
What about
lunchtime.
Ella then, though?
Okay.
Well, we can tell her that's what we're doing.
Okay.
Mhm.
Don't be like, oh
Just
wait,
the-
we forgot something.
We forgot our Ella.
Ella was going to leave a day later after doing some well-earned library time. She was
Mhm.
going to meet us on the road later.
I think that makes sense.
Awesome.
Should someone
Well then,
stay back with her then, specifically? Or are we just gonna let her
I guess I
come to us
again.
by herself?
I guess I can, and I can take a bathroom break in the library, and then take a bit longer than I originally anticipated.
Whoops.
well, I think often with these kind of enterprises, there is a lot that's kind of left up to the moment. But I find that when it's this much fun, the traveler normally looks down favorably and sees a way to find the right thing to happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
after we've gotten all the stuff from Cherral's place, I don't mind going back for Ella.
Well, we could just make it that I send her a message as we're ready to depart, and she can leave on her own accord and meet us somewhere out of town. And if there is an ultimate concern, then Kyro, you or Eirys can go in and just keep an eye on her. Or Yell or myself can change our appearance and just wander across.
Okay.
There are many ways to see a small gnome out of a city town without being spotted.
There's many ways
sure
to
she
kill gnome
doesn't
spot.
type.
Oh, okay. I get it. So we're taking her with us that night. Okay. We're
Well,
not
of
just
course.
gonna leave her.
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
We're not just going to leave her. That's the alibi that she's
Yeah, that'd be
staying.
weird.
There is a lot here that we're saying that we're doing, but only
She
if
just
people
left
ask.
early in the morning before everyone else was awake.
Yeah, only if people ask. That's really important.
So
Yeah.
If nobody
alright.
asks, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
So I'm pretty clear on what's happening in terms of the actual operation. But in terms of what we're doing tomorrow morning is just packing up everything from the room.
Oh yeah.
We might
Packing supplies.
we might have time to
I was
grab some
wondering-
supplies and then head
Yeah,
out.
how long is this journey to this castle in the middle of nowhere?
I mean, you've got the map, right, Yel?
I have many maps.
Oh yeah, you made copies, didn't you?
I copied them.
Let's-
Did you lose your copy, Arthrin?
Did you give me one?
Yeah.
Did
we
you
all
give?
got
Did
one.
you give me?
I
Fuck
should
you,
write
I still have all the
down
copies.
Right, you wouldn't have given me a copy. You wouldn't have given me a copy. Do you,
There's a copy for everyone, Arthrin.
Yeah.
but you haven't given them out yet.
There's only one here, Arthrin.
Fuck you. Let's actually take a look at this. He reaches out for the map.
I've already
scroll-
put out
scroll
one
over.
map. There's only one map here, Arthrin. There you go.
Okay, so
Don't
he
lose my map.
puts it out on the table. You can see Farinloth. You can see a little kind of a little line of land that's surrounded by a north and south sea, the ocean that surrounds the entire continent of Ufai. And on the other side of that, kind of almost like small connecting strip, is a large sort of wintry waste that Yell has copied down to an impressive degree of accuracy from the map that you had recovered from the cultists. And it looks like it's going to be, depends on how it goes. The castle itself is surrounded by almost like a small sort of mountain range that boxes it in Mordor style. And the entrance, the access of flat land, is a small strip on the north side. So you would have to walk up to it from the south, go around either side of this, either from the east or the west, and enter from the north. Meaning that this journey is somewhere between a week and two, probably, on foot.
Okay.
While everyone's looking at
10,
the map,
10
I'm
to
gonna,
20 days.
Yeah. While everyone's looking at the map, I'm going to slowly pull out copies of the map and just pass them around to people, sleight of hand style. Roll a 16 total for that, just to try and make it so that Arthrin can't see that nobody's got their.
Oh, no,
I'll
he
take
doesn't.
mine also
He doesn't see
very
it. He doesn't see it.
stealthily.
They pull out my copy.
So if I'm getting my scalings right, if I'm getting my sense of scale right, I mean, 10 days might be a sensible guess. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. Got it.
So we need to make sure that
Brüz-
we're prepared for that.
Yeah.
Brüz has folded his map into a paper swan. Going,
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. That's really nice. That's
It's
really.
it's a paper Stanley.
It is.
It's got
Stanley is munching on a little piece of bread, next
it's a-
to Yell, on the chair next to Yell.
Stanley map.
We're gonna leave Stanley with Ella, right?
Probably best.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, I've always wanted to do this, and she's going to cast Speak with Animals and say like, "Hey, Stanley, I haven't talked to you before. What's up?"
Good evening. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. To everyone else, he just goes,
He seems
Okay.
very
Wow,
articulate.
Have a conversation with
What a
Stanley
verbose
right now.
gentleman.
Converse with
well,
the
it has
goose.
been quite lonely. These people seem to just coddle me, and it's rather impolite, to be fair, to use Brüz's phrase. Anyway, so
I'm sorry.
he's a very kind of lilting, well-spoken, posh.
You posh
Was it?
goose.
Is it a dire goose or something?
with a name like Stanley.
Dire goose. He's got a stat block and everything. Do you still have that?
Yeah.
Means that it's possible to use him in combat. Like I've never made any Anyway,
I eat the goose.
I throw the goose. Anyway, so yeah, so the frame of the rest of this session with my DM hat on, I'm perceiving is bedtime for long rest for everybody. Then you've got time to prepare, go to shops in the morning, pack up all your stuff, make as if you're leaving, and then double back for this nighttime shenanigan. Kyro.
Do you want to do?
Yeah.
This is me out of character.
All right.
Do we want to do do we want to handle shopping things like out of the session, or do we want to roleplay all that?
I'm happy to run it through here, just not necessarily role playing it. Just tell me what you want to buy, and we'll figure out how much it all costs.
Question
I want to go steal.
for Ella.
Okay.
Did we want to do the pet shopping for everyone before we left town?
Oh. She doesn't know. Hang on, she doesn't know yet, does she, that we're leaving town?
No, not yet, but I assume as we're bunking together and then when we get back from the talk with your mum, that Yell would explain that we'll be leaving town in the morning. Or, sorry, in afternoon.
Okay.
But she's gonna stay for library time.
Well, yeah, but
The rest.
She would probably want to get, because if we're not going back. Oh, but then we'll be traveling with animals.
yeah,
you
it would
didn't
be
think
great.
of that.
That's exactly why Kyro said he doesn't want one.
I mean,
Yell is all for travelling with more animals.
you know it's going to be a fair trek out to the Winter Wastes, but after that's done, the only real way to go, because it's the edge of the continent, is either to dive into the ocean or to double back along that strip of land, and it will take you back past Farinloth. Assuming that you obviously survive the trip, of course.
Or we travel up there with the animals that are already trained, and we use their skills to help us break in to the Winter Wastes.
Well, I mean, they could be like trained animals, like an attack dog or something.
Anyone finds us suspicious will say.
What if we just all get a bunch of dogs and then have a dog sled to go into the Winter Waste with?
Sorry, Jody, can you say that again?
I said if anybody, if we need like a reason why we're going that way, if like one of the cultists finds us and questions us, we'll be like, oh, we're traveling animal salesmen. As you can see, with all our animals.
Just get a bunch of dogs and we'll have a dog sled.
We were also thinking like falcons and stuff at Eirys and,
true.
and that.
Yeah, elite.
And falcons can in fact catch their own prey, so...
So we'll make that maybe part of the shopping trip then? Up to you.
'Tis up to Ella.
You can see a moral debate in her head.
Yeah.
So like, it's so cool, but sending our animals into freezing cold, I had sent the two.
Get some.
We're in the cold north anyway.
Cold.
It's
Like
kind
a
of chilly in
really fluffy
Farinloth, I
dog.
guess. It's kind of chilly. It's definitely freezing over in the Winter Waste.
I mean, okay. So here's her thinking. Her thinking is that we're going to have to trek with these animals. So she's thinking it'd be sensible to get the animals on the way back, but we could get like non-living things before we go.
Okay,
Right,
so like
if we
supplies
run out
before we
of
leave.
food.
Yeah. If we run out of food, we're just going to eat one of the cats. That's fine.
You're not eating your present.
Oh no.
To be fair, once we've
That's what
given it as a
pets are
present,
for.
it's what Eirys wants to do with it.
Eirys is so shady.
Oh dear. Okay, yeah. I think.
So we're not getting a fleet of animals just yet.
Not yet, no. So
Okay.
unless Yell really wanted to, but she's having a massive debate about this.
How much does Yell really want to?
How much does Yell really want to compared to how much I
Yeah.
really want to?
I mean, only you know the answer to the question, how much does Yell want to do it? Anyway, so shall we say, with the plan in place, the party rests. Obviously, you have your conversations. Ella and Yell, as we played through last session, snuck out in the middle of the night to talk with Ella's mother. You guys return. Emotions are running high. And eventually rest comes and the next morning arrives. You guys decide to pack up your effects and make as if, for all intents and purposes, as far as the tavern owner knows, you are packing up all of your things, making to leave town. And you feel that word will spread from here. You are an unusual group.
Back as well.
We'll go shopping first
Yeah.
before pretending to leave.
Ella's grandmother is very grateful to receive the blackboard and the assorted chalk. There isn't much chalk left, given how much scribbling there was. But she thanks you nonetheless and waves her hand and levitates the board back into the academy. She gives Ella a hug as she does so. A kind of, one hand is holding the board, the other gives you a kind of shoulder hug and wishes you the best on your travels. You're welcome back any time. You have the morning to prepare. What would you like to purchase for your travels?
Well, I think when Ella has done all her purchasing, she will just go and quickly say bye to the family.
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh yeah, she's gonna pull Yellow to be like, yeah, so we gotta buy Kyro a birthday present as well.
How much are health potions and how much is holy water?
Health potion is 50 gold pieces. Holy water is 25.
All right, so I want to get a good stack of those.
Okay. I'll say that at the Temple of Helm, you can visit in.
Okay.
And you see Laura there, one of the acolytes that welcomed you a couple of days ago. She's happy to see you, and she's got 3 if to sell you straight away, and it will take a bit of time.
Holy waters?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 75.
75 gold pieces. That's for the materials and of course the processing time. So you obtain three flasks of holy water. She happily accepts the donation. It's an optional donation, but it's actually a cost of the.
Yeah,
but yeah,
that's fair.
A common healing potion is 50. A general healing potion is 50 gold pieces. That's 2d4 plus 2 healing upon imbibing.
All right.
I believe that the greater healing potion. Just bear with me.
Yeah.
The greater healing potion. All right, greater healing potion over here. Oh. That is an uncommon item. That's 4d4 plus 4. Okay. Doesn't tell me how much it costs. It's rare. How much is a rare item? Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves.
I'm writing down some things.
I'm
Okay.
getting a birthday present. Yay.
Uncommon would be 200 gold pieces for a greater healing potion.
How mad at Yell would Ella be if while she's going to say goodbye to her family, he went and bought everyone horses?
That wouldn't be bad. I mean, for travel reasons.
It's better if you pay for
I
it.
hope there's some fluffy ass horses.
It's a horse, so that would help with the journey. So she wouldn't be mad.
Okay.
You just really want to buy animals.
Okay.
I would love a horse.
Are there?
I won't lie, I was very tempted at first to just buy like a giant fluffy St. Bernards for Ella, for her to ride.
Nice.
But then I saw all the horses and I thought, oh, they're actually meant for carrying and long travel and stuff.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah.
get horses.
Aw.
I
Don't
mean,
get her a Shire horse.
no. I mean, to be honest, you inquire at the stables and they tell you that gnomes are often more comfortable on ponies. It's not like a thing that's like. It's a thing that kind of lesser-minded people, smaller-minded people would ridicule, but it's simply a matter of scale that ponies are just better suited for gnome traveling, and it's cheaper.
Ponies are just as hardy, honestly.
Yeah. A pony can be reared to ride as well as a horse.
Yeah.
A riding horse would
They are
be
slower than a riding horse.
that's
Well,
true,
then
but
then the horses have an easier time. That's all.
effectively, yeah. If you're going at a standard walking, like not necessarily walking pace, but even just at a standard riding pace, a horse
Pony
isn't
pace.
necessarily going to be going at full gallop all day every day, is it?
But it also means snow becomes a lot more difficult, a lot quicker, because ponies are shorter.
Just let her have a horse. It's fine.
Okay.
Uh,
So if you're
and Alan
insisting,
did say,
yeah, if you're insisting
Alan
on,
did just say,
yeah.
Ella would want a proper horse.
If that's the
Yeah,
case,
this
then you
looks
can
really,
buy
really cool.
you can buy a horse
Riding
for Ella.
it.
It would just be it will be really really high
It
off
would
the
just
ground.
be a
for her.
little unwieldy.
Yeah, yeah.
Like riding
Is
an
it
elephant.
something- Is
Just
it
get her a
draft
proper
pony?
saddle and she can sit in the saddle. She'll be fine.
Yep.
It would be like riding an elephant.
Yeah. Just get her one of those little.
You
little
just have a
boxes.
saddle made up with a
Giant
gnome
elephant
teeth on the
that
front.
could spook easily and kick you.
The stable also
So-
say that they do have like a wagon. If it's a larger party, maybe all of your stuff might be thrown on the wagon. That's an
Oh,
option
yeah.
for you guys as well.
That's not a bad
Wagon.
idea.
Like a
Get
caravan.
like a covered wagon. Have
So-
a little.
I'm about to
Study your
go
cantrips. Okay, yeah, go for it.
So I'm gonna try and get a bulk buy discount here.
Yeah, sure thing. Your passive persuasion will serve you well
Are we
here.
shopping together because we can piggyback on
I'm
his
doing
discount?
this while Ella is disappearing to go say goodbye.
Okay,
So
yeah,
like, this is gonna be my last thing that I do
sure thing.
as a hey Ella
This is it.
surprise.
Sneaky side mission.
Hmm. Carry on.
So yeah, Yell is gonna want 7 riding horses, 7 bits and bridle, so that we can actually ride them.
Mhm.
He'll get a wagon. That's the cheap one, isn't it?
Yeah, the drawn wagon is 35.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
Get
bit-
7 riding saddles because I didn't realize the saddles was separate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So yes, 7 horses, 1 wagon, 7 Brit and Bridle, and 7 saddles.
So
Kind of want to try
Yeah.
and get a bulk discount. Oh, and obviously food for the entire journey.
yeah. So that all of that added together is pushing 750 gold pieces of actual kit. As you're talking to them and you're engaging in conversation. Oh, so you dealt with Trag Iron Turnt, did you? He's been plaguing the road for months. And
Yes,
yeah. So
we did actually, and have you know, did it in quite a humiliating manner to him as well.
well, that sounds absolutely fine. Wow. Well, I'll give you a discount for sure. He offers you 600 gold pieces for the lot. You imagine it's
Oh,
pushing.
goddamn, hell yeah.
So he's giving you 750 gold's worth for 600, simply because you're
Nice.
buying so much stuff, and effectively in giving him that much, you are taking care of his quarter. You know, like, man, yeah, you're really helping local businesses here, and you're doing well to support local business. Anyway, so yeah, 600 gold pieces, and you've got all of the food for the horses, saddlebags, 1 wagon, 7 riding horses, all kitted out. Cool. So that's what you're doing as Ella is going around saying goodbye to her family. Yeah, which is easy enough for you to do, Ella, at the academy. Your grandpa in the enchanting shop attached to the side tells you that the second necklace that you guys are on order will probably be done, and then maybe the third even, by the time that you get back from the Winter Wastes. Because he's aware that if you're going out to the Winter Wastes, you'll be coming back. So he'll have a couple more for you by the time that you're back. Great. Would you like to say goodbye to your mum?
No, not
Okay.
because the way things ended. Nope, she is avoiding that.
Okay. So you steer clear of the temple. You see Nuru on the way out with 3 sort of fairly sized sort of glass sort of flasks with water inside that you recognize as holy water. You spent many hours sifting in the silver powder with the blessed water of Helm to know and recognize that. And you know that 25 gold pieces
Like, ooh, Ooh, shiny.
Yeah. It's glittering inside the water. It looks very pretty, but you know that 25 gold pieces is an awful lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nuru, sorry. We were halfway through getting potions. It's 50 gold for a
Yeah.
general. It's 200 for a greater.
Okay. Do they have like how many is available?
So there's like 20 general healing potions and 5 greater, and there's nothing stronger than that in the kind of stores that you'll see around here.
20 general, and then if I bought all of them, how much is that?
So 20 times 50 for all of the generals, and then 5 times 200 for the greater, which is 4d4 plus 4 healing.
Yeah.
You're buying all of them?
I'm just asking how much all of them would be to
Oh,
see
okay.
if I can.
Let me get out the calculator for you.
If I can, then I might, and then just pass them out to everybody.
That would be kind of good.
That's 1,000, and then 5 times 200. It will be 2,000 gold pieces.
I don't have 2,000, so
You can get half that.
I could
Okay.
get maybe half that. So
Okay, so you can buy 10 generals, which is 500 gold pieces, and then 2
Alright.
greaters, which would be an additional 400, so for 900 gold pieces. Okay.
hold on. 10 healing potions, and then 5 mega super ones. What are they called?
2 greaters. Yeah.
2. I'm just writing it down.
Yeah. That's a good idea. Tabletop game. Write it down. That's
and
9
altogether that costs
900 gold.
900. Okay, I'm going to be a lot less rich, but you know it's probably worth it.
You've got lots of sustain in the party
may
now.
as well use some of my electrum piece. Well, not
Platinum,
not
talking
electrum.
about
Sorry, my platinum pieces for that.
Remember
so,
that platinum is worth 10 gold, so
Yeah,
That would-
but you know, having
them all
giant
here.
pieces like that is dangerous sometimes.
Mhm.
So
Okay, so we've figured out Nuru, we've figured out Yell's got transportation all sorted. What does everyone... It says Ella said goodbye to family. What are we all buying?
Rations, please.
Rations.
Rations and warm
I will
clothes.
also buy the
And
rations
very
and the
warm.
You guys have retained... I'm sure you guys still have on your person the warm clothes you wore up the mountain?
We got
Yeah,
warmish
but-
clothes,
Let's get more of them.
but get
Oh, yeah,
warmer
warmer.
clothes.
Sure,
And
yeah.
more
Yell, you'll know that the winter wastes are going to
Maybe
be the coldest
better
place that you've yet
clothes.
gone to. Yeah, that's fine. Rations are 5 gold pieces for one... Sorry, not 5 gold. 5 silver pieces for a day. So 5 silver
You're
will
about to
sustain
kill
one
us.
of you for 1 day. So if we buy rations for everybody for 1 day, that would be 3 and 5. 3 gold and 5
I'm
silver.
buying more rations than I need. There are
Brüz-
also other things that I want to do.
Brüz has his little good shrooms, so doesn't buy
Okay.
need rations for himself.
So we'll consider it 6 then. So that's 3 gold to sustain the party for 1 day.
And Brüz can share his mushrooms, and people can be feel fed for a day.
Sure. Okay.
Give you
How many rations are
shrooms.
available?
A big order would take the morning to process, but we'll just take it as it takes several hours. You go away and do other bits and pieces and come back at the end of the morning, and it's all ready for you. They'd be able to make like 100 packets, I guess. You just shove them all in the ration pack or in the wagon, indeed, once it's rolled out,
Sure.
and that will keep you kind of sustained for the journey. 100 days
I mean,
worth of
after everyone
rations.
gets their individual stuff, I'll just buy whatever's left.
Okay. So 100 units of rations is going to be 550 gold. Who's gonna freaking
okay.
step
I mean, if that's, I'll do it.
in? Arthrin might chip in actually as well.
Okay,
He's got to use that money somehow.
we'll split it.
So yeah, 25 each then.
And he has actual food this time.
Yeah, I mean
And how many people are there in the party?
7.
Okay.
7 people. Brüz is able to sustain himself with the Goodberry spell. But
And
obviously, bear in mind that I don't know, Arthrin's kind of keen to actually have something else, maybe to do some hunting while he's out there and stuff like that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Hopefully 100 days worth will be enough.
Okay.
But yeah,
Arthrin's getting one of the greater healing potions, by the way.
Oh, okay. I'll add that to his inventory.
Okay. And
Alright, so I've added half of the rations to my inventory since I figure that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much are the clothes?
Winter clothes. Good question. Oh, it's not on this list. Or maybe it is, and I'm just missing it. Google will be my guide. D&D, 5e, winter clothes. Cold weather.
And also, just everybody. Everybody excluding Arthrin gets a regular healing potion.
Okay.
So that would be 6.
So for the whole party to get kind of patched up with cold weather clothing, I'll say that it's not going to be the whole price. It would be 70 gold pieces to just equip you guys from scratch. But you do have pieces that you wore up the mountain for some of you. So we'll say that it'll be 35 gold pieces for everybody to buy sufficient stuff to basically...
Is that each?
No, it's 35 for the whole group. So 5 gold
Okay.
pieces each. If everybody chips in 5 gold pieces each, that'll kind of buy cold weather clothing for those who need it, and reinforce boots, kind of replace the linings on the cold weather clothes that you wore up the mountain to see to rescue Jojorawr. So yeah, 5 gold pieces each is enough to do that. Let me just take that off of Arthrin's MacGuffin.
And
Oh, I need to actually add winter clothes to Arthrin's kit. Oh.
And Eirys and Kyro, I'm going to give a holy water flask to.
Okay.
Just because I think spreading those out might be a good idea, and you guys are often sneaking in, so.
Cool.
What's it? Holy water flask.
Yeah.
Oh, Arthrin's going to add half of those rations as well. So it's going to be on Kyro and Arthrin's list, but actually it's going to be stored in the wagon as you guys travel into the Winter Wastes. So that'll be... Oh, okay.
Surprise! Everyone gets a horse.
Yeah.
You guys...
We find that out at some point.
Yeah, there's a point at which Arthrin and Kyro are at the kind of butcher's and the general store who have this morning come together in a magnanimous, sustained effort over a number of hours until the early afternoon, preparing all of this like semi-fresh, semi-preserved ration packs for all of you guys. Passers-by, their attention has been drawn to it because of the huge effort that is required in not only all of the previous sort of parcels that were in stock, but lots of extra stuff has been made this morning for you guys. It's drawing attention because of how swiftly and crazily they're whizzing around, mashing steaks and drying stuff out and rubbing in salt and wrapping up the parcels, and a massive pile is at the front of the store. And Arthrin and Kyro, you're there just kind of like watching this all pile up and being like, how the hell are we going to
Doing stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah. Arthrin's there just like, how the hell are we going to
He decides to watch all the food stuff.
Well, he figures he's got to be looked after. And then at that point, you kind of go riding across in a massive wagon, looking down at your friend.
I've also got 6 other horses on reins.
Yeah.
Just...
Oh, cool. That's really neat, because I need to put these somewhere.
I have a
bag of holding. That's actually one of the things I wanted to try to see if I can go by.
Oh, sure. Yeah, not the easiest to come across in this town.
This is a wizard city, so
that's possible. Oh, do you know what? That's absolutely true. You'd be able to. You know what?
Another
Ella's
bag of
They're
holding.
uncommon, but
Ella's-
it sounds full of like magic people.
Ella's grandpa would have been able to. I've completely brain fired on that. He runs an enchanting shop. He has one in the back that he brawls forward. It's got lots of dust on it, but he's able to sell it to you. You said it's uncommon. Oh, isn't a bag of holding common?
It's a wondrous.
I don't know. They're not like you can price it however you feel. I prefer it to be on the cheap
Usually
side,
they'd be
but
around 500 and less.
He'll-
I think they're in that 500 bracket.
Yeah, uncommon.
500 is
they're
a
pretty
brand
useful to
spanking
have, and
new
if
one.
I can find one here.
Yeah.
He'll sell it to you for 400 just as an act of goodwill because he knows that you
Nice.
travel with his daughter. Oh, not daughter, his granddaughter. Yeah.
Some other questions. This town's full of gnomes and magic people again, so would they maybe have some like tinted welding goggles or something?
In this very store, he'd be able to throw a couple your way. I mean, why would you? He asks why. Why do you want them?
I hate the sun. It's bad.
Ah, okay.
I like to be able to see.
Sunglasses
I like
for
this idea of
Drow.
welding goggles for Kyro. It's a great idea.
Sunglasses for Drow.
He's going to a place that's apparently going to be covered in ice and snow, which will make everything worse. So
It's
if he can do
true.
something about that, he'd like to.
So, I know that like I don't know if this is overstepping, but one time I made a horse randomizer, and I don't know.
Do you want to use the voice?
It makes a random colored gendered horse and a stupid name for them. That's supposed to be
Yo
based
already
on like
has what his looks like and what it's called.
Well, I don't know.
Everybody else feel free to, but
In
Yell's one in particular.
You have
I
something
know
in
what Yells
mind.
wants to look like.
Yeah, I have a horse randomizer.
So in the I've just done a bit of a Google. He's got like a pair of goggles that would protect from, if he's using this blowtorch that he has in the back for like welding metals together, it would protect him from the intensity of that glare. And he's got a whole bunch, so he's able to kind of offer one to you for 50 gold pieces. Again,
Yes.
as long as you're keeping his granddaughter safe, he's happy for you to be in whatever state you like. And they're kind of a little bit sort of steampunkish, sort of goggles with a sort of greyish black sort of covering over, so that when you pull them over your eyes and you step outside for the first time in a long time, you're just like, oh.
I've defeated
Oh, yeah,
the sun.
the
the intensity that I've had to, so you step outside of the shadow of the academy, and it feels okay. It's still
thank
it's
God.
the kind of
I've
demi
never felt okay with this.
the demi migraine that's been at the back of your head is substantially diminished. It's still kind of there, but yeah, the goggles are helping a lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Is there anything else? We are kitted out for some travel.
Now I've got
So,
a bag of holding. Put my food.
Everybody, I got a
Just
horse
with
for
the
everyone.
Whoa.
Oh wow.
Okay. What's the wagon?
Oh,
The wagon is for supplies because we need food. The horses need
Okay.
food. We only need one wagon between us. If we've all got a horse, can take it in turns who the wagon is attached to each day.
It's pretty awesome.
That's a cool idea.
Feel free to take whichever horse you guys want.
I'll be-
Ella, you got one too. Full size. Just
Well,
like I thought you'd want. Don't be mad. Please don't be mad.
Great!
Why would she be mad?
I have a
No reason,
gigantic
Kyro. No reason.
beast.
Okay. There's a reason.
And it's like, just slowly
don't
shuffling away.
Gnomes and dwarves and stuff usually
hooray,
run
something that can trample me.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Do you want to leg up or?
I'm perfectly capable of doing this myself. I'm fine.
Are you? It's double your
Cherral.
height. Okay.
Shush,
Okay.
shush, Arthrin.
Sorry.
You do not have the wooden spoon. You do not talk.
So Yell's horse is pure white with a white mane and slightly greying, like at the root, and she is called Galanthus.
Wow.
Should we go around the table? Kiro,
Oh,
what does your horse look
If
like?
you don't know, feel free to use the randomizer.
It's a horse. It looks like a horse.
Okay, I can randomize for you.
It's
Would you
it's drawn with chalk.
It's
It is the whiteboard.
This is the
Yeah.
weirdest.
no.
This is the weirdest thing I've ever done. Yeah.
Sure.
Everyone
Kiro
else
walks up
should
to
go
the
before me,
whiteboard
so
and
I
goes,
at
"I'll
least know
have
what this is about. Everyone else go first.
Arthrin is gonna take gratitude. Struggling to control. So gratitude is a red-coated, proud personality. So it's sort of really headstrong and starts to walk off. He tries to get her to slow down. She does a little bit, but he's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
I guess I could randomize a horse.
Eirys, what does your horse look like? Bearing in mind that you have...
Pretty black, and I know the breed, but I'm just trying to look up what it's called.
I know that you have had another horse in the past, and I think it was left behind in Shrine, if I remember.
Yeah, Orion.
Orion. So that...
I did kind of tell the stable guy to keep hold of it longer and I'd pay up front, but I don't know when I'll
Never
go back.
came back.
It's been about a week. It's been a while. So yeah, this will do for the time being. So is this one Orion 2 or?
I haven't thought of a name yet. Bear with.
Swiss, my dear Australian friend. What is your horse? What does your horse look like? What's its name? What's its personality? Does it have? What would it dress up like in Halloween?
If it was to dress up at Halloween, it would dress up as a goat.
Okay. Okay.
But what it is, it's a sorry, not a Palomino, it's a Pinto. So it's like a white, black, and brown patches kind of pulled horse.
All right.
With a like a really long kind of dark front fringe mane, but all the way down the back of the head, it's white mane.
Oh, nice.
So it's like this black quaff at the front that's like constantly over its eyes, and it's constantly just sort of going.
Yeah. It's anxiety if it was a horse. Yes. Cool.
Yeah, it's called Napoleon.
Called Napoleon. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Napoleon.
The fun fact is it's actually missing its right arm, its right foreleg. No, I'm kidding. Cool. Deanna.
It's missing 3 teeth.
It's really small.
You don't know which 3.
It's really, really small. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, Deanna. Carry on.
Okay, so I've randomized up Tea Kettle, who is a red piebald and has an energetic personality.
Can I just figure out which one hates me the least and pick that one?
Okay. You are.
Kyro, it's a...
You take a. You
Like-
take a seal
just-
brown coat stallion with a lazy personality. It notices that you take his reins and kind of direct it forward, and it kind of goes along with it. It's there. Doesn't actively
Call
hate
the
you.
dude.
You can call it the dude.
Alright.
You can call it whatever you want. It's yeah. The
He's
state
just a chill
just
dude.
just a chill horse. Sorry, Ella. What is your horse?
Oh god. Just this raggedy brown, crazy haired horse. I think we should name it Jumbo.
Jumbo. That makes all kinds of sense. Yes. Okay. So mounted.
Found my horse breed.
Arthrin struggles to get. Oh, your horse breed. What's the horse breed called?
I don't know how you say it, but Frisian?
Oh, Frasian.
Frisian, that one.
Frisian.
It's that
Frisian.
style horse, so like quite a long mane. It's male. She's gonna call it
Yeah.
Seth. And
Frisian.
it's inquisitive,
Oh,
a
it's
little
pretty.
bit cheeky, but generally pretty obedient personality.
Arthrin spends the length of time it takes for you guys to think of names for your horses. Arthrin is trying to hitch up his horse to the wagon. She is just not having it. She is resisting at every turn. He finally just about gets her on. All of the rations that he bought, the 50 that he bought, are in the back of the
Your
wagon.
horse should be okay.
I mean, he's open for another horse to take the wagon. He just figured that it might as well be his.
But yours hates it.
I mean, it'll be a bit of a struggle, but I mean, do you think your horse would be better suited? I just didn't want to. Okay.
I don't know anything about horses.
Well, yours seems really chill.
Okay.
Not like mine.
Okay. So does Kyro want to tie up his horse instead?
It's just if your horse is gonna. Yeah, fine.
Okay. And again, yeah, because your horse is quite lazy, quite, yeah. So
So he's like, oh man.
So this red sort of chestnutty sort of mahogany horse it kind of prances away proudly, happy that it's managed to get away from having to pull the wagon. Your horse lets itself get strapped up. It just kind of stands there and lets it happen. Doesn't really mind. And the wagon starts getting trundled out of town. You guys make your way. You go past the crossroads that you recognize from having vaulted through in pursuit of the cultist a few days prior. There are a number of guards around, just generally keeping the peace, making sure that everyone behaves. You slowly make your way out of town. You pass by the temple. In fact, no. You're heading out in a different direction to that. So, yeah, you're going in a sort of a road that goes a couple of blocks away, let's say, from the temple.
Did
Oh.
Yale return the board?
Yes.
We returned the board.
Yeah,
before we
the
went
board
out.
has been returned.
Real quick thing, just before we exit town and move on.
Sure thing.
While I was in the magic shop, I want to ask about the amulet things, just to see if there are any other
Yeah.
things that have been finished.
Ella's grandpa tells you that if you're going out to the winter wastes, it's by the time that you're there and you're back again for wherever you're going, he'll probably have at least one, possibly two, ready for you if you were to come back in Farinloth on your way back. The second one is in the process of being made, and it will be finished, and maybe another one will by the time you're back. Okay. Oh, crumbs! Do you guys remember how many you ordered? Was
Enough for everyone.
Enough for everyone?
Yeah.
Insight
Um,
check.
I mean, I know we got at least, because I think we wanted to. I don't think we paid for Kylan and Friends, but I think
No.
we did cover the party.
Okay. So yeah, you have one. There'll be another
They
two
need
ready
to
for you.
get some.
Okay. So that's in the process of being made. Yeah. So you guys make your way out of town, and before too long, you're making your way along these. The road becomes less well traveled and more dusty, and the fields kind of on the left hand side are rolling wheat farming kind of places, and you see a number of farm hands kind of moving around, watering. There's one field that, as you go further beyond the outskirts of town, that's in the process of being tilled, perhaps not necessarily for planting, but for preparation for maybe a longer term farming project. See a kind of sort of oxen, a lathe attached to the back, and a couple of hands sort of making sure it doesn't twist and turn too much. Okay. You guys going to continue going?
I mean, I think the goal is to
Only as
circle
far as we
around
need to.
somewhere out of the way and then make our way back to town, right?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, out of sight of the locals. When we get to the wilderness, then we'll...
Okay. So yeah, the last of those tilled farming fields, as these operations are expanding, disappear over the last crest of the hill behind you, and you come to not so much crossroads that is man-made, but just like a a conglomeration of a bunch of trails that come to the end of a kind of ancient stone wall, nothing more than a bunch of lumps of rock on your right-hand side that come to an end, and then the path kind of sprays out in multiple different directions. The wagon is possibly going to be able to make it, kind of, if you go along the dominant one, which is, fortunately for you, going in a northwesterly direction. The other paths, you're not so sure. But this seems as good a point as any to stop.
We just need to hide the horses somewhere.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, Brüz will spend a few moments with Mold Earth to create a pen for them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
In the shade of some trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Raise some ground up, give them a bit of cover, so they're not
Immediately
in
noticeable.
direct sight.
Yeah, for sure. So you guys watch. It's like ultra slow motion earthbending from Avatar, because it's a cantrip. You can only do a little bit at a time. He plants his feet on the ground solidly and moves his
hooves.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. Hooves. Thank you. Yeah, and within half an hour or so, an adequate pen is built of a kind of pentagonal pen with a faux earthen tree at each of the corners, and then a wall kind of going up to 6 or 7 feet high, joining up each of the sides of this pentagon, apart from the front, which is raised up a couple of feet, enough for the horses to kind of step over if they're guided, but you feel like the horses aren't going to just wander out of this by themselves. Unless they might be spooked by something. You get the sense that that's not going to happen out here, because this is out of the sticks. There don't appear to be any wild animals that would immediately kind of view this place as a place for potential prey. So they're going to be as safe here as they are anywhere in the wilderness, you surmise. All right. Ella, you're watching all of this happening.
Spend a moment.
I have an idea.
Oh, yes, yeah.
For extra protection.
Yeah?
As a ritual,
Mm-hmm.
Yell is going to cast the dome over the horses.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
What's the diameter of the dome?
Oh, God.
You can do this while Brüz is preparing this sort of pen for them.
Just a little glass pop-up on it.
Mm. It might be that the dome is kind of within the actual pen, because I think the dome might be quite small.
Never mind. They're considered large.
Okay. Okay.
So you put the dome across
the dome
entry.
has to be medium creatures.
Yeah.
Medium or smaller.
The pen seems to work pretty well. Ella, you're starting to wonder why this is all happening. Why has the party stopped? Why has the wagon been set down off of the horse, and why is a pen being made for them?
Yeah, we forgot to bring her to the library and leave her.
Guys, what the heck are you
Yes.
guys doing? What's going on?
We're getting ready for the night. Although,
We're up to
also,
no good.
didn't you want to go to the library? We can take you to the library quick.
I need to
Or we're
go
not too
back
far
and
away.
speak to Kylan.
We just got out of town. I'm not saying no to the library.
Good.
I
But-
forgot to give Kylan back his dagger. It's a family heirloom.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I want to go. I want to.
We can go to the library while there.
Yeah, I want to go to the library too. I've suddenly realised that there was a really important book that I wanted to read, and I'd like to go to the library too.
Well, Arthrin, that's a terrible excuse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you.
A book that you really wanted to read is a terrible excuse to go back to town.
I mean,
We could have done that before we left
I've
Arthrin.
never seen this book.
yeah, I appreciate that my scatterbrainedness has led us to this terrible situation, and I'm deeply sorry, Yel.
Argument.
Arthrin, this is
Brüz.
why we plan things beforehand. Come on, let's go get that book.
Okay, yeah, let's go. Let's go, everybody.
What is happening? Brüz messages Ella and says, "Remember when you said you don't want to know? Don't ask silly questions."
So,
Just to Ella.
yep.
whilst they're arguing amongst themselves over the bad excuses, Brüz just says that.
Yeah.
Remember when you said you don't want to know? Stop asking questions.
Was literally to try and make Arthrin's deception better. That's why I started the argument.
Yeah. I mean, I don't usually let players roll deception checks and stuff against other players necessarily.
They'll roll an insight.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. If you're rolling an insight, then yes,
Deception.
Arthrin's going to roll with advantage with the help of Yell.
I think it's totally fine to roll deception against other players.
Okay.
She got a 19, by the way.
A 19. Okay, let's take a look at Arthrin's deception. It wasn't the best roll. Deception +1. He rolled a 13. So you realise that these guys are bullshitting you.
Okay. Well, she gets the message from Brüz, so she's gonna just drop it and just go along with it.
So you guys make your way back to town. It's a
Arthrin thinks he's got away with the most unconvinced Brüz ever.
Yep.
But
He has.
Arthrin's now like, yeah, got him.
Being sneaky about it, though.
In fact, we'll say that Ella actually catches Arthrin kind of going to Brüz.
She just shakes her head.
Oh.
There is one thing, Ella. At a moment's notice, we may need to say we need to go. Just don't worry about it. Just be ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
If you hear somebody say the word shuzbutt, it's time
Shuzbutt.
to go. Yes.
It means Arthrin has torn a page out of the book when he shouldn't have. Exactly.
Arthrin, you and me have got to have words. You
I mean-
cannot disrespect books like that.
I mean, like, travelling lights.
Give me your hands. Give me your hands.
Okay.
Put it in your hands.
Okay.
Put it in your hands.
Yep.
She taps them. Do not rip pages out of books.
Okay. Okay.
Definitely no whole chapters either.
Ooh.
I mean, copyright law protects at least one, like, up to one chapter, right? I mean,
What the hell is copyright law?
I have no idea. Moving on.
You're not allowed to copy the book in a library so that you can then sell the book on by yourself. You're not allowed to copy and write.
Why is that illegal?
Something about protecting intellectual property. You guys make your way back into town. And yeah, you get back to the crossroads. It's a left turn from approaching from the northwest as you are. And that road takes you down another pathway that opens out onto the main road that goes past the temple. You turn left at that turning because you recognize vaguely where you are. And yeah, you end up back at the temple. Arthrin sort of says, yeah, happy to go into the library. I promise I won't tear out any pages. I'm looking for something about badgers.
It was horse rearing, Arthrin. You wanted
Yes.
to look after your horse
Yes,
properly,
that's
we
right,
got
that's
a horse
right.
This afternoon.
We were talking on the way, and I realized that I haven't owned a horse before. Badgers. Let's go inside.
Ella whispers to Arthrin, you may want to also look up on how to be a good liar.
Ouch.
She pats his arm.
Ella, you're my favourite. Have I ever told you that?
Noted. Okay, he goes inside. So Ella and Arthrin are heading inside to the library. Is anybody else going inside? Eirys goes inside.
I'm still confused whether or not I'm supposed to be going in, so I'm just going to.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kyro goes inside.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Zoe, what are you saying?
So
I think Ella is definitely, before she's going to step through into that library, she is going to do a look around to make sure Mother Dragon is not there.
Perception check.
Actually, Kira's gonna look out for Brüz and Yell and see where they're going and probably go along with them.
Oh no!
That was the plan.
Okay, Kira,
Well,
just bear with us.
+2 = 3.
3. you look inside. You kind of put your hand on the door. You swing it. It's heavier than you remember it being. You push, and you kind of it gives resistance. You push again, and it kind of swings open a little bit. You peck your head through, and then the door comes back and kind of like pins you between the kind of two main doors. And you're so busy kind of bustling through. You look through. You see that there's a bunch of like acolytes around, sort of like, and a couple of sort of local residents in there at the kind of pews further ahead. But you're not able to see whether or not your mum's in there.
Okay. Well, she's gonna try and keep a low profile though.
Okay. You kind of bustle your way into the door. Yeah. Low profile may not necessarily be the letter of the day. Arthrin is with you. Eirys is with you. They come inside as well. Arthrin kind of puts his hands on his hips. Okay, so the corridor on the right led to the library, if memory serves. Let's get moving. Doesn't look like your mum's here. That's lucky.
Yep.
Cool. So you guys make your way through, turn through to the library on the right. One of the acolytes kind of approaches and recognizes you and sort of just leads you through the corridor on the right. And on the left-hand side, a large door opens to, again, as you remember, a central kind of raised, circular, sort of central kind of stone floor, which you remember is the teleportation circle that you came into the temple on. And spokes of kind of bookshelves winding out from that center circle, almost as if it's drawing a wheel in that forms the main kind of front of this library. And then around the edges of this room, there are other kind of stacks and bookshelves as well. Right. Horses. Arthrin walks towards the History of Ufai section.
Ella's just
I
gonna
gotta look up the history of horses first.
Ella's just gonna quickly just grab it. I don't know, his arm or his belt or something, and just kind of just guide him to the animal section. There you go, buddy.
Thanks. He walks on. Okay, so in the meantime, Nuru, Kyro,
Yes.
Brüz, and Yell, you are on the at the entrance to the temple. What would you like to do?
Going to Cherral's
Brüz in long hood, long cloak, just being as concealed as can be.
Mm-hmm.
Is going to take a moment to cast the ritual for detect magic, and
Okay.
he's going to go up and kind of use that as a bit of a final wander around past kind of the perimeter. He's going to say to Yell to kind of follow around and also kind of figure out where our ideal kind of entry is.
Yeah, I want to be looking for a good place to break in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've already done a kind of loop around this space, and you're able to kind of recount that. There's like a sort of picket fence sort of thing that goes around the garden of the temple, but it's also serving as the garden of the Cherral mansion as well. There's a kind of small copse of trees at the very back of that garden that the picket fence kind of borders, kind of edges halfway through, making that copse of trees an ideal place maybe for you to stage any movement from. And then the picket fence goes around, joins back into an alleyway that goes into a bunch of buildings, kind of lower quality homesteads that make up the main town of Farinloth, which you can again go through that alleyway, come out onto the main road, and then come around those buildings to the front of the temple. I'll finish. As you continue walking around, the sun is starting to lower. It's the sky is a burgeoning sort of orange color. It's truly evening time, and within, you guess, maybe half an hour to 45 minutes, the sun will have set. But as you walk around, you do see that there are a number of townsguard. There are two at Cherral Novaste's front door, and there appear to be a couple of others sort of patrolling around the back. There appears to be a back door, and there are a number of windows spaced out. The layout of the house is that there's a very large and long and regal sort of front porch with two large pillars at the front sort of supporting some of the roof in a decorative fashion as opposed to really holding any weight. There's a big front door that you, Brüz, remember that he was talking to some kind of a guest that came out the last time that you were here. There's a central sort of circular rising into a second story sort of stone kind of main construction to this, with a ground floor wing breaking off and behind this circle. And there's a little bit of sort of almost like maybe a relatively recently added extension at the back of this sort of cylindrical sort of central column. So it's the main kind of or how do I put this? Yeah, the kind of central structure is this cylinder that goes up into a second story. There is an extension on the back of that cylinder with a number of sort of more rectangular angled sort of rooms, and the first story around this cylinder are again a number of angled rooms of some kind. And as you walk around the back into the kind of copse of woods, you can see the first floor. There are just lots of sort of vertical, almost kind of like stained glass windows all the way along the back of the house. One of them appears to open out into a sort of a back door of some kind. One of the guards is there. There's another guard that's walking alongside those large windows towards that back door. You see him kind of like stop and share some words with the second guard, and they're chatting. They kind of occasionally glance around.
Can we overhear what they're saying?
Not without getting closer. Not without going within this picket fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Brüz is going to like spot all these town's guard and just sort of quietly aside to Kyro and Yell and Nuru say,
there was nowhere near this amount of security present. Yes, I feel like it was yesterday or the day before. This is definitely something
He's gotten scared.
strange afoot.
I think he got
have we been able to
scared.
spot him through a window or anything like that? Like is there like a from where we're looking up, have we been able to sort of spot him in a window kind of still about, or is he
Make a perception check.
unseen completely?
Make a perception check.
Yeah.
Should we all make one or just him?
If you'd like to, go for it.
Might as well.
18.
Okay.
Well, a crit.
You can, Brüz. Okay, if you've crit, that's excellent. You're going to see this as well, Brüz. You're not really able to make up all that much, although it seems that ground floor series of windows. There's a long dining table in the room within. It seems to be a long, kind of elaborate dining room, and you see a shadowy figure sat at one end of the dining table. And Kyro, you're able to make out that it is Cherral. He has a single sort of manservant / butler there who's serving him a silver platter. He removes it. It appears to be some kind of small fowl, maybe something like quail or something. It's like, and yeah, he sort of quietly sort of starts cutting away pieces of meat for his plate, along with all kinds of vegetable garnish. Yeah.
Okay. Brüz is going to just say to those who are present,
this doesn't necessarily ruin the plan, but it does make it a little bit more dicey. How are you feeling at keeping the thing going as long as we don't upset?
We just have more
town
people
guard.
that
So
we
you
gotta
still want to do
convince
the
that
thing where
there's
we
a ghost.
attract a lot of attention. Got it.
Well, I'm contemplating a slight adaptation. I can, given a moment, scry into that house, into that room, and see and or hear things that are going on in there for a few minutes before we go in, as a potential way to gain some more insight. But I think the plan is still quite good. The idea to put, first of all, the ghostly figure. I thought that Yell and I could use our thaumaturgy to sort of slam open any windows that are unlocked, any doors that are unlocked.
There are plenty of windows.
Burst open.
Yep. There are plenty of windows on the second story that seem to be of the kind that open more. The ones that are on the back of the first story, they seem to be just single pieces of glass that might not necessarily open. But there are plenty of windows like that on the second story.
I also thought that if we were wanting to really mess with Cherral, that we can do a little layered effect, you and I, Yell, is that we get our thaumaturgy on to first open the windows and doors. Then, whilst the silence and the ghostly figure are there, we use it to create rumblings just below him. It shouldn't alert any of the other guards, and it should be very unnerving to be mute and seeing a spectre and feeling the rumble, and then when he runs outside, hopefully it'll be straight outside. We have Nuru.
You're making a lot of
I can
assumptions of
also-
what it's going to do.
Anyone who's got control flames, if there's any light sources in there, like candelabras and stuff, we could light the flames and make them blue.
Thank you for the reminder. I'm going to jump in.
Oh,
There is a chimney on the left-hand side. So you're at the back, looking at the house from the back. On the left-hand side, in an adjacent room to this dining room that you're looking into, there is a chimney stack that's kind of rising. No smoke at the moment.
May I make a proposal?
certainly.
You said you can keep eyes on him with clairvoyance?
Yes.
If
For a few
I can
minutes,
get in
but I can't
without-
do that and the silence.
Right. What if I went in and, assuming that there's no traps on the windows or whatever, if I get in, you could tell me where he is, and then I could be where he's not? Whilst
Well, yes.
looking for things, and then you could do
Yes. Well,
your thing where you scare him and stuff. Maybe.
Plan
yes, that's...
to wait for him to be getting ready to, meditate or sleep or whatever for the night, not while he's having dinner.
Yeah. So
No.
we could just wait till
So we could just wait.
Okay,
Yes.
that's better.
You'd find somewhere nearby just to keep an eye on things and watch the comings and goings for a while.
Yeah.
I can...
And also, we need to wait for Eirys and Arthrin to catch up anyway. They
Mhm.
need to.
Yes,
Should
give
we
the others a
trail off
little
from
bit
it.
of time in the library.
I
And,
mean, there's time. I mean, what I'll ask you, Brüz, is do you have a crystal orb for Scry?
Oh, gosh, oh, no, I don't.
So Scry has a component
Yeah, a
which
component
is yeah.
Bruce starts checking his pockets and goes, oh, damn, I thought I must have had it in another pocket. Maybe I can't do that spell.
Well,
Oh, that's a bother.
Oh well.
just wait till it's really late then, and
Okay.
yes.
Each of you can roll stealth for advantage because you've got the cover of the trees and because you're settling down. Sorry, Jody, you're muted.
I was miming so as not to interrupt. I really want Arby's croissant. It looks really yummy. I'm jealous.
You go.
Yes.
Do you have a spoon?
I want pastry.
If you have a spoon, I can give you a spoon. Here you go.
I didn't have a spoon or a cup.
Here you go.
It's a sad day.
Yeah, Arby's got the spoon.
You are spoonless, cliffhuntless.
Oh dear. Anyway, so you guys roll stealth. Let me know what you get, and then we'll jump into the library. 19. Don't forget natural 20. Natural 20. Nuru.
Yeah, so that's 19 for Brüz.
Yep.
This is stealth.
Roll with advantage because you've got cover of trees and because you've got time to kind of settle yourself in.
All right. Done.
19.
Yeah, the 19 was better.
Good.
Funny that, Brüz.
Man,
The natural 20 was better.
18.
You guys are able to position yourselves in a way that completely obscures your view from the guards, and you're actually able to keep a pretty good look at them. The two at the back are obviously taking it in turns, kind of wandering around the perimeter almost, or at least the back of it. You saw that there were two guards at the front door. You don't know if they may be doing a similar thing or not. Meanwhile, at the library, Arthrin is surprisingly getting into kind of husbandry. He's learning a lot about how horses, how that all works. Might be just because of his ranger sort of connection with the beast sort of thing, but he's really enjoying the read. He actually kind of looks up and sees that Eirys is there with her arms folded, kind of goes, "Oh, right, okay. How are we going to do it?" Kind of glance. I mean, I'm assuming this is happening when Ella. Is there something that Ella wants? Actually, I'll ask Ella. What are you looking for while you're here?
I don't think she's going to be looking for anything in particular, really.
Okay.
Maybe see if there's anything on like the history of the temple, and more specifically, sort of like the history of the clerics of the temple.
Sure.
To sort of, like, see if there's anything about, like, you know, what they did back in like her grandma days.
Okay.
Grandma's day kind of time.
That kind of stuff is here in abundance, so I'll give you advantage on the investigation check.
Marvelous.
Before two nat ones.
What?
If it does happen, I take full responsibility, and I'm sorry, Zoe.
Well, it didn't happen, so it's fine.
Good.
You're safe.
I did not swear the gods.
Investigation, yeah?
19. No, hang on. Yes, 19.
So, a couple of generations ago, you're able to kind of find that this temple has been here for, the building has been here for many, many generations. So the building was here. But there was, there's lots of records of sort of festivals and sort of community engagement projects, and the services that were run on the 7th day of the week were attended in much, much greater numbers. The Arcanum Academy was not there a couple of generations ago. So there was much more of a sort of community focus. And there is evidence and record of hands-on sort of healing practices, that this was not only a temple of just an ethereal sort of almost abstract worship of the god Helm. There was a practical element of helping out people who needed helping, be that giving them shelter in the wings that are now used for the acolytes. Those rooms were once used to help the homeless, but also tending to the unwell. So that's definitely something that is lauded as, you know, a bright and brave history and tradition that the temple of the today continues.
Although it seems like they've fallen out of that a bit.
Okay, she's gonna kind of just not mark the page, but
What's
close
your
book that have
What's your mum's name?
Ola. Oh no, mum's mum.
Yeah.
Grandma. Oh god, Grammy. Where's my list of names?
You find your Grammy's name.
Yay!
as being a very effective healer, an outgoing sort of personality of the temple, and a real bastion of goodness.
Okay.
Which clarifies everything you know about her.
Yeah. Okay. I'm guessing Orla has a room or like an office here in the temple.
Yes, that everyone all of the acolytes and priests and priestesses who work here have lodging in the left-hand wing. So let's think about this. East. The west sort of wing of the temple. You're in the east wing right now where the library is and all of this kind of storage of the food, of the materials, of the coin. That's this kind of side of the building.
Okay. Ella's going to keep the book in her hand, making note of where the page is on that.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to go out the library and start to head to her mum's office.
She does. You do so, and as she does, Arthrin kind of says, "Oh, hey, Eirys. Eirys."
Mm?
There's a librarian nearby that goes, "Shh." It's like, "Oh, sorry." Ella's. She kind of breaks eye contact and walks down another row of books. Ella's gone. So this is the moment.
Yes.
We gotta go.
Yes.
Thank you, Spice. Is that Spice?
That is fine.
Nice. Thank you, Spice. Yeah, so you guys are actually able to head out and sneak away without rolling any dice because Ella's just exited the room. Ella, you make your way into the main... Oh, sorry, Eirys, go for it.
No, I was just going to say downtown.
Go downtown. Making my way downtown.
Making my way downtown.
Yeah. It's easy enough for you to make your way to the central... Making your way to the central area of the temple. The big statue that you remember Eirys kind of climbing up on the left-hand side of this main kind of altar at the front of the space. The pews. It seems that the sun's really setting now, so the shadows are lengthening and the darkness is kind of creeping in. And some acolytes are going from sconce to sconce, lighting the night lamps. Some of them make eye contact with you as you walk by, and the purpose in your stride means that they recognize you. And they let you go. You're not challenged. And you make your way into the West Wing. The West Wing. And immediately on, you can see the corridor continues, and there's a big staircase, kind of wide, sort of brimming, on the right-hand side, leading up to the second story. You remember that your mum's room is there. In fact, you remember where your mum's room is, because this is where you've spent many years of your life. This is why you're not really being challenged by anybody, because you're a known figure, but they're giving you space that kind of belies to you that you've changed. You make your way up those stairs on the right, down the corridor. Sorry, Swiss. You make your way up the stairs, down that corridor, and you find the large doors of the room just a few doors down from Mara's study that you know to be your mother's chamber.
Okay. I will be keeping a very close eye out to make sure that she's not there because she doesn't want to bump into her. She just wants to leave the book open on her.
The door opens.
Oh, shit.
Ella.
Okay, she's saying all the swear words possible in her head right now.
You see that she's in kind of like evening attire, so like warm wear. She seems to be on her way out. What are you doing here?
I'm just in the library. That's all. Just a bit of research. Anyway, yeah, sorry, you're going out. Bye. I'll see you later. Bye.
All right.
Let's go. Sorry.
There's an awkward moment where you kind of go down the corridor and she kind of starts walking down the corridor after you because she's leaving the temple, which is in the same direction as you're going.
Ella's going to get out. Well, she's going to get out a couple of wire and say in her head, she's going to message Yal. Crap bags! Just bumped into Mum!
Let me think about this.
How far away?
Yeah, good question.
How far away are we?
I don't think the message carries. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. But she doesn't know. She doesn't know.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it'd be rare that it didn't connect, but
Yeah. I don't know if the caster would necessarily know that it didn't connect. Maybe the caster would.
it says it would say in the spell whether or not she'd be aware. Probably.
But yeah, you send the spell, and you kind of make your way into the central chamber. There's a bunch of pews. There's the altar at the front. Where are you going to go?
I'm just going to dive into the pews.
You dive down to the pew and just kind of sit down, and your mum kind of steps through the doorway after you, kind of looks at you, makes her way past you, turns to the right, and goes up the central kind of rug, up to the main entrance of the temple, and
Just going to give out a big sigh of relief and just slide down the pew. That could have gone better. That could have gone better, Ella. Okay, right. Yeah. Okay. I should get up, and I'm gonna make my way back to the office because I'm gonna carry out what I wanted to do.
Okay.
And I'm gonna open the door.
Yep.
For this office, and I'm presuming there's like a desk in there.
Yeah.
Or a
Yeah.
table.
Yeah.
And she's going to leave the book open on the whole part of like what the clerics used to do and like it being a whole community and yeah. And she will kind of quickly scurry out again.
So
subtle.
Okay. So
Highlight some passages.
You'll do that. I'm going to throw this at you just in case you want to take it. As you were kind of sliding down and quietly kind of cursing under your breath, a figure did sit down next to you as you did that. And you recognize it to be Laura, the kind of elven acolyte that's been helpful to your party. A friendly face. She kind of like sees that you're there. She's like, so you struggle with your mum too then?
Yeah, struggle is one word for it. Yeah. Do you not get along with your mum?
No. It gets better. She reaches out her hand to put on your shoulder. Do you let it happen?
Yeah.
And she casts Bless on you.
Yay.
You know, Helm's never far away.
I shouldn't hope not. I'm in his temple. She's smart. She smiles at her when she says that. Right.
You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
I've got to stack some books.
Oh, need a hand?
Sure. Okay. And yeah, there's all manner of pieces of paper that have been moved around the pews by various passers-by, travellers and locals coming in and kind of paying their respects. You collect up all the pieces of paper and stack them neatly and take them back into the library. And
big pile, can't see over the top.
as you do so, you can't immediately see Eirys or Arthrin. Meanwhile,
Good question though was she looking for them to begin with?
That's true. Like as she steps in, you may be focused on the job that you're doing, but you don't immediately.
She's got books to worry about, man.
That's true. Yeah, you're sorting through all of those papers, all of those hymn books and stuff, and putting them back in their place. Laura's very, very grateful for the help.
Yay.
You gained a point of inspiration. Cool. I needed to get into the habit of doing that more, guys. Yeah. In fact, you guys have been doing so well today. I might give you all a point. Why don't you all take a point of inspiration? God bless you.
No way.
No, you've been playing really well. I'm really grateful for how well you're doing. God bless you all. Helm bless you all. So, Arthrin and Eirys go out of the back door, which is at the end of the east corridor on the left-hand side. The door immediately appears to be locked. Within a few moments, Eirys puts paid to that. You're able to make your way out and make your way along the path that leads to Cherral's place, and you are both presented with the vision of the two guards at the front door.
I was gonna say before they got out, Brüz was going to have sent updates up to Eirys at least.
Okay.
And was going to use sending to do it as opposed to message if it wasn't getting the distance.
Okay. You felt that message. It's like it's really marginal, but it's just outside of the range. So you send message. You're sending one.
Sending.
We'll say one message is enough to just use. You can convey the information at one point. So Arthrin and Eirys are in a position where they know that the guards are there. So they I guess Arthrin kind of moves over to like the picket fence, just kind of vaults to it to the other side, and sort of stands in the kind of shadow of it. It only comes up to maybe between 4 and 5 feet tall. Crap, we didn't realise there were going to be guards here. What are we going to do?
I don't know if they have a plan. I'm gonna look around and see if I can see any of them.
Can
Roll.
we see them? Is also a good question.
Well, with the message, Brüz would have kind of given a bit of an idea as to where they were waiting, and that the plan was still basically the same.
Okay.
That they would wait for
Guards on
Cherral's
house. Plan still in place. At the back in Copse of Woods. Meet us there. That's. You're able to communicate that with one message, one sending. So, yeah. So effectively, each of us are going to roll stealth to kind of creep around and avoid the view of the guards. You can take advantage because dusk is falling and the shadows are lengthening, which gives Arthur a straight roll because of his armor.
Are the guards humans?
Yes, they appear to be human.
Good. They
So-
can't see shit.
Yeah, they're really going to struggle.
Can't see shit.
I got 22.
Okay, 15 for Arthrin, but that's enough. That's all that's required. You kind of feel like Arthrin's making a lot of noise, but you appear to avoid detection as you make your way around the other side of the picket fence to the Copse of Woods and meet with the others. Cool. Oh.
As Arthrin comes around the corner, Brüz will sort of kind of instinctively kind of hearing him coming, waits for him to come around the corner and then kind of stops him.
Hello, boy.
Whoa.
Pats him on the shoulder, gives him the blessing of the trickster, and goes, "You'll have a much easier time being quiet now."
Great.
Gives him a wink.
Thanks. This armor is just makes a lot of noise.
Why are you wearing?
I'm wearing it because it's cool and because it offers me more protection than my leather armor.
Clank, clank.
And if a dragon breathes fire on me, I can resist it.
Okay.
I don't think there's any dragons around.
Whatever. It's
We
fine.
don't know what Cherral can do if he's angry.
That's true. That's so true.
Yeah,
which
I
is why
heard
I'm
some
questioning
dragons can
it.
shapeshift, so who knows?
Anyway, so
Right.
there are 2 guards at the front, and apparently there are 2 guards at the
Yes.
back. What are we
Yes.
going to do?
So the plan is still essentially the same. We will begin by finding a quiet approach where we're not spotted by the guard.
Okay.
We will identify where Cherral is, and then myself and Yell will take the form of a ghostly Mara. Then I will project my duplicity into the room where Cherral is, along with the momentary silence. Give him a few moments to sweat and scream, and then hopefully we just send him hastening away.
Okay.
But we're going to try and get up a little closer, just to see if we maybe can't get him just before he gets into bed, so we can have a shorter distance between there and the outside world where he'll just go running out.
Okay. I guess there's a bit of a blind spot as I mean, I don't know if you agree with this, Eirys, but there's obviously 2 guards at the front, and there's kind of a wing that comes out towards our position on this side, and there's 2 guards at the back there. I think there might be a bit of a blind spot between the edge of the temple and where we are now.
There is, and also the guards are human.
Yeah.
You don't see that well in the dark.
To be frank, like, I'm kind of struggling here. No, it's fine.
That's
Fine.
right.
That's
This
fine.
is why you're
Do you
going
need
to be up on the roof.
Need me to hold your hand, Arthrin?
Oh my god, that was a joke. That was amazing. Sorry, I'm just freaking out here. Okay. Yeah.
Sure. It was a joke.
If I approach, if we all approach from the same direction, I will try and climb up to the roof and keep a lookout.
Yes. One other thing, just before we head off from this spot, Nuru, in extension to your casting of ravens, I would suggest that you keep a wild shape of a large and intimidating form, or something maybe just intimidating enough to send somebody running as opposed to send somebody fighting, as a like a wolf or something.
How about a bear?
Last resort, just to give him. Well, that would certainly put some additional weight in his underpants, wouldn't it?
Well, let me think.
Assuming this all goes as planned,
What's
it's
the
a great plan.
spookiest animal
But-
other than? What's the spookiest animal I can be?
I mean,
I really got to think about it.
there's absurd points for like turning into a moose, isn't there?
But that's not scary. That's
Yes, it
well,
is. They're
I mean, it's not the
huge.
right kind of scary.
Isn't it?
Okay.
I mean, it's scary
Well-
because moose are enormous, but and
It's
can kill
absurd.
you, but
Area.
Giant snake.
Giant spider.
giant spider
Giant
maybe.
spider.
Giant spider.
That's true. That's scary. Okay.
You've seen those?
I've seen smaller spiders, and I can just size that up.
That tracks.
So it wouldn't. I'll just be the world's biggest black widow.
Okay. All right.
Whatever you feel is going to be most effective in the moment. If he comes out and looks at you in a way where you feel like maybe a spider's not going to do it and a bear does, then go for the bear. If you in that moment you feel like a moose is the only thing you can be, then God damn it, Nuru, you turn into a moose.
So is the goal to just avoid the guards and hope they don't do anything once we scare them outside?
Yes. Basically, if there's any luck to it, I should hopefully have him running blinded from the house, if not just out into confusion anyway. And I will try and keep the silence where he is if he does run outside.
Okay.
It might take a couple of
If you all get
castings, but-
captured by guards or whatever, what do I do?
hide, run away,
Mm.
break us out
Okay.
later.
Leave us to die. Yeah. Yeah.
I thought
no,
of
we-
something. I just thought of something. I
Oh,
can
yes?
I can turn into a mountain lion, and thing is, mountain lions sometimes they make this sound that sounds a lot like a woman being murdered.
Really?
Just like this screaming woman sound. It's really weird, but they do that.
That may raise more alarm than is necessary. This is mostly supposed to be just a visual affair.
True,
Some light
true,
noise,
true.
fine.
Do you
But
know
we're
where,
obviously not trying to alert the guards.
Eirys.
Do you know where his valuable possessions are? Because as you are starting this,
Yes.
possibly even slightly sooner, I'm going in for that because we will have no time to get.
Mhm.
Yes,
the moment we leave the house,
Brüz
the
will have drawn
Tell me
out
this-
a very detailed path as to where that room is, how we got there, and what we observed Cherral doing to access that place.
And if I
So
need
you-
to disrupt movement somehow, then I'll drop a plant growth.
Okay. So there's enough like dirt on the ground and stuff just to get a vague kind of depiction of the house. You guys remember that it's through the front door and immediately to the right hand side, a narrow corridor. So in a big sort of elaborate house, the safe room seems to be immediately accessible through the front door and to the right hand side, down a narrow corridor. it's that simple. But of course, you're approaching from the back, so you're going to have to find your way through to whatever kind of front antechamber where you'll have to find the front door and then turn left if you're approaching from the back.
Did he keep any documents in there, or was it all just golden weapons or whatever?
It looked like many a valuable thing. I didn't take stock of what was there. My vantage was kind of low. I was a centipede at the time. But realistically, I got the impression that it was very much the place he stashed his things that he didn't want anybody else to know where they were. And I feel like if we're going to risk sending Cherral towards his little room for sissies and panic, then we should try and find a way to put one of the Maras right in his path at that very door. So, Eirys, would you mind letting Kyro do your face paint?
I mean, I'll be busy stashing his stuff. Unless you want Mara to doing that.
Well,
We
just
give
that
the impression that she can teleport.
if you
Or
if
you
you
gonna
are
use
come
magic
across
to do the thing?
for myself, yes, Yell will as well, and we will have another that I will shift about. However, the additional effort of having a pale-faced young woman with a ghastly complexion and visage appearing out of the darkness right where he thought his sanctuary was is going to work quite well for our scenario. So if Eirys doesn't mind the ghoulish face paint, then it may serve well to have just a scary face in a darkened corner.
I agree with that. I think once he's scared out of the house, that's the point where we can go in and raid and take all the stuff. But this is just in case he thinks that he can run into his security safe.
So while we're clearing out the room, if he enters the room, you could be a ghost.
Yeah. Basically.
Kyro, you're welcome to do some makeup for yourself and Arthrin too, if
You want me to also
like
make us look like ghosts?
I mean, I'm going to be on the roof.
Well,
Yeah, no need
yes,
for...
don't you want some face paint, Arthrin?
I think it would be more believable with Eirys.
I wouldn't have to do much to her.
Fine, I really
maybe just some
nobody's touching
some
my hair, my clothes. I don't want to be more noticeable.
No, of course not. Merely just make it so that if your face is revealed from the darkness, and obviously that's all that would be revealed with your general visage and attire, a smiling face of joy that Eirys is mostly known for would be a little unnerving, true, but a painted face in the darkness would be even... Oh, actually, that's even better.
That looks
Don't
terrifying.
worry about the face paint. You just use that's perfect.
Oh god.
Does it matter if she looks like Mara or not?
That looks genuinely terrifying. I think he'll run from that.
Yes, that is perfect. I mean, face paint if you like, Eirys, but
I think we could definitely enhance it.
Are we gonna
definitely...
I can make her look like the girl in the portrait. I can make her look dead, whichever. Or we could just go in.
Girl in the portrait is what we're aiming for, and
I can probably scare him too, just
and
by
also a
being
little dead.
me.
Yes, but the
Hey guys,
the run is still...
Guys, I know that we want to make sure that we're getting this right, but time's kind of the essence because Ella's going to realize that we need to get this done before Ella realizes that something's up, right?
Yeah,
we have all the time we need. I'm fairly certain that Ella will keep herself comfortably busy with many a entertaining task in the meantime.
Okay.
But yeah, we should.
But we do need to start making a move now.
Yes or no? Am I doing this or what?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yes.
He's
Let
gonna
us
take out some stuff and he's
get
going
ready.
to do her makeup.
Okay. That'll take, I guess you're rolling a performance check to see how effective it comes off.
Well, it's a disguise kit. It's makeup.
Well, he's
So it's a roll, isn't it? To use
Yeah,
a
I can roll
disguise
for
kit
it.
is...
when he's done, Eirys is gonna just take a dagger and like nick her finger and like wipe blood on the bottom of her eyes and then squeeze a bit so it's like it looks like there's blood running down and out of her eyes.
Okay.
You're so extra.
Brüz watching sheds a tear with a huge grinning face. Oh,
This is going to be divine.
It is
I
a
love how
play.
committed you are.
Do you want me to just
Yes,
add
it is a
proficiency, or do
play.
you want me to add that in performance?
You're proficient with a disguise kit, so it's just your proficiency bonus, I think.
Okay, 18.
18? Yeah, it's come off pretty well. And the little kind of trails of blood running down the eyes that Eirys provides as well adds an extra layer to it that you feel will startle someone running in the dark. Cool. So with that, you guys are ready to make your way towards the back of the house. I'll say that you're able to time this such that no rolls are necessary. You wait for the guard to come around the kind of back left, turn and go back across the kind of windows, all lined up across the back wall. You bolt across the grass. There's a little kind of slight undulation in the ground that you're able to use to your advantage and keep yourself low and out of view. I hope that your call was positive, Arby. So you guys are making your way to the back of the house now.
Jeez, Nan's birthday, and I said I'd call back about 10ish.
Oh, crumbs.
she phoned like 10 too, so it's like, have to take it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's all right. So you guys kind of place yourself against the back wall. You're actually on the place where the chimney stack is kind of rising up above, which makes for a potentially easy way to kind of climb, for Arthrin to climb up onto the roof, which he does. Oh yeah, 17. So yeah, he kind of says, "Good luck, you guys. I'll be keeping an eye out." Kind of starts climbing up the wall and onto the roof, and leaving you guys there. As he gets to the roof, he actually sees that there's like a window on the second story. He reaches into his backpack, pulls out a rope and tosses it behind him. A rope kind of lands, so you're able to use the chimney stack along with the rope to kind of heave yourself up to this second story window.
Okay, so
what would you guys like to do?
Brüz kind of messages to Arthrin. Says,
Good boy. Stand by, Arthrin.
Then messages Eirys. Says,
Pardon the intrusion. Do you want to go and join Arthrin on the roof? And see if you can find an entry that way with Kyro.
and as he stops, he turns to Kyro and nods, and then tilts towards Eirys.
Kyro is going.
Who will?
Okay, so yeah, it's athletics with advantage because Arthur's helping you with the rope to heave yourself up the side of the
Cool.
Yes.
Are there any like candelabras or light source things?
You glance into the dining hall, like the long table room, so you can see through individual pieces of the stained glass pattern, and there does appear to be some ornate sort of lighting in that room. The wall that you're immediately behind is a chimney stack, so you're unable to see if the room behind this wall has any ornate lighting.
Alright, so as long as I can see it, I am able to target any flame that I can see and change its color. And
Okay.
so I propose at the start of the haunting, I very quickly just one at a time turn all of the fires in the room like a spooky blue.
In the dining room through the window. You're able to do that. 17 is good. You're able to pull yourself up onto the roof. Eirys.
I got 12.
12 takes a little bit more time. Kyro has gone first. And is oh god, that's true, isn't it?
Oh, I used the boot.
Yeah, so you're able to just literally. In fact, the spider climb boots means that rolls aren't necessary. Yeah.
Useless, and I didn't say anything because I wanted him to feel like he was contributing.
Yeah. So yeah, effectively, you
You both used the rope, but didn't actually use the rope.
Totally. So yeah, you get up onto the roof and you put your feet kind of carefully on. Again, Eirys, you're actually able to just kind of hover above the roof, not make any noise at all. And Kyro, you're used to kind of moving stealthily. You guys, yeah. Actually, I'll say Nuru, from your vantage point as you're looking out for the lights, you don't see that Cherral's in there anymore. It appears that he's finished his meal.
He is. Where is he now?
You don't know. You can't see.
Roaming.
You can't see. But no, if the rest of you want to try and get into the adjacent window, it's a little bit of a swing actually. It kind of Arthrin sort of like sees that the two are up onto the roof. He kind of leans over and whispers down, "Are you guys coming onto the roof or are you going for the window?"
We're gonna do some.
No, you two are next to him, so he's whispering down to the others.
Make your way inside. Remain quiet as best possible.
Okay. He kind of indicates to you two. I think you guys have got to swing down into that window. And he indicates to the window. Let's take a look visually at what's going on here, shall we? Here we are. Can you guys see the MacGuffin?
Yes. Wait, what?
Can you guys see this MacGuffin? There is a map.
Yep.
The map.
So, Arthrin is on the roof up here. You can see the kind of the first floor sort of room underneath. Brüz, Yell, and Nuru, you are on the ground over here. Eirys and Kyro, you guys are on the roof with Arthrin. He kind of indicates, he's indicating over here. So this is like a roof over the first floor. There's a bit more of a climb onto this bit, which is on the second floor, and there's obviously a window on the other side here that you aren't to know because your characters can't see it, but it obviously leads into the bedroom because you can see it on the map.
So from where we're standing, our entry point would be like along here.
I mean, if you wanted to, you could try kind of climbing across here. And there is a window down there that you could try and access into the first floor. If you wanted to try and get into the second floor,
second floor's better.
Yeah, then you can climb up another little kind of roof wall here onto the top of the roof here, and then across into this window.
I'll just do that, and I'll just look for a good place to get inside. Because I can just walk.
You can. Arthrin watches as you walk up, and he kind of goes, "Oh yeah, of course." Kind of looks at Eirys.
Go as well. She'll try and just check the window to make sure it's not trapped or anything too noisy, and also see if she can peer inside just to check that the room is
okay.
clear.
You're both at the top there. You guys at the base can kind of see Kyro and Eirys' face kind of like peek over and down. Yeah, make a perception check as you kind of glance inside.
I think I'm just going to give Eirys advantage.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Because that's how help action works.
Yeah.
Natural 20 plus your insane perception.
Oh, yeah, my insane perception as well. So,
Yeah.
29.
You have insane perception? Like you perceptive
Comes
of
to
insanity?
same thing.
Yes.
You're the one.
When you have a plus
20
meta perception, you can perceive
29.
people's mental states.
That's right. And you watch inside, and you can see that this is clearly the room of a madman. No, I'm kidding. It's an empty bedroom. There's a 4-poster bed. You can see on the right-hand side as you look into the window, there appears to be a chest that appears to be locked. You also see that there's the window is closed, but you feel like you can prise this open just by like kind of getting a hook between the kind of gaps between the window and the interior sort of opening mechanism, which is a little kind of handle that's just kind of closed. You'd be able to hook something around that and pull it open without much issue. There's a wardrobe on the far side of the room and a door here which leads into an adjacent room or chamber of some kind. You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Arthrin moves across. He's going to roll stealth. He will do it as a straight roll because of the MacGuffin. Yeah, 1722. He makes his way across with naught but a sound, keeping a lookout.
Yay.
Cool. So what are you guys going to do at the window? Then we'll dump. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Going in, I think.
you're going to go in. What I'll do is
There's
I'll.
no
Brüz
line
is
down
going
there.
to do it
There's no
all around for
signs of the line.
sight on Cherral.
Okay. So you're gonna. Sorry, I'll take Kyro first. So you're both going to try and open this window. That requires sleight of hand. Each of you can roll once, or one of you can give the other advantage.
I'm fine with an advantage if you want it.
Okay. So Eirys takes advantage. You're sleight of handing, trying to get the window open. It doesn't appear to be
25.
25. Yeah, you get one of your tools kits. You feel Kyro actually kind of holds your. Actually, no, you've got the fly speed. You just kind of like hover across and then down, and place the kind of hook inside. Grab the handle, pull it around, and
Pull a bit of hair out my way so I can see.
he does so.
You have a flippin' hair tie.
Yeah, yeah.
I do. She's not used it yet.
Mm.
But she's got
It's up to her.
The window is open, and you're both able to either by just walking across the ceiling or by gliding in with your boots into this bedroom and down onto the floor. So you are both inside the room.
I do believe in fairies. I
Just
do
put
believe
it
in.
in and then just land.
I do believe in Eirys. I do believe in it.
I do believe in the demon that will murder me in the night. Okay, yeah.
Do you want to try the chest?
Things that go bump in the night.
Actually,
You
out
two.
of character, how is Eirys at investigating?
Oh, she is. Actually, she's a lot better than I thought. She got a +4.
We're about the same.
So as you guys are doing that, Yell, Nuru, Brüz, you're still at the back, at the bottom. Arthrin's left the rope tied to the chimney stack. What are you guys going to do? Are you just standing by, waiting for these guys to get things started, or you said that you were going to do something, right?
Just a few
Yeah,
minutes,
yeah.
So I'm not sure where we are. Entirely in the plan.
Okay.
I want to figure out where Cherral is if we don't already know, but
You can't.
also
You can't immediately see him.
Huh?
You can't immediately see him, Brüz.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I assumed that we couldn't see him. My next kind of thing was just going to be starting at this dining room end, just kind of using thaumaturgy to just kind of nudge windows,
Okay.
just to see if any window is like just not like that kind of blast them open, scare the daylights out of him thing. Just that little on each window, just like
So you're
just to see if any of them are not locked.
okay.
Brüz is just kind of doing that, the little nudge to see if any of them are like just not locked. Like, oh look, the
So
duffer has left that one.
So you're attempting to you're checking the ground floor windows along the stained glass along the dining hall. Yeah. So you
All the windows on.
you do so. There's a little rattle as you do each one, as you realise all of the stained glass windows on the ground floor that kind of open up into the dining hall inside. They're all just built into the frame. There is no opening mechanism on all of them. The way to open them is to smash them open, or to break them. You kind of finish doing that, and as you do, a consequence is going to be that you kind of hear a raised voice on this side. What was that? You hear them rattling in the windows? Yeah, let's go and check. One of the guards over here is turning and going to start investigating this side of the house. So he's along the ground floor. I need all of you guys to roll stealth checks.
Okay.
You have that spell if you want to use it.
That's true. You do have
No,
pass without
if.
trace. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
choice.
should I drop pass without a trace then?
It's an option.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do that.
It'd be helpful for us at the moment.
Okay, let's.
And you can keep it up for an entire hour. So
I will do that.
Okay. Pass without a trace
Not
adds
bad.
10 to your stealth checks. That's Yell, that's Brüz, that's Nuru.
Yeah.
Let me know what you get.
Alright.
With the plus 10, it's 19.
19.
So
Alright.
that's a dirty 20. Wait, no, that's a dirty 25.
Okay. Yell?
26.
Okay. So yeah, you guys kind of immediately sweep yourselves around this corner And again, the darkness vaguely seems to... It's not as powerful as a magical darkness spell that you know that Yell's used before. But the shadows do seem to kind of intensify around you as the moon is starting to rise on the far side of the building, casting a shadow that seems to magically be darkening somehow, improving the kind of obscurity and making it such that this human, as he walks across, kind of glancing at the windows, tapping at the occasional one, he's on the ground floor. Remember that Eirys and Kyro, you're out of his view on the second floor. He's tapping against the windows. He kind of shakes his head. He turns around. He goes, "Must have been the wind." And goes back to his friend. Meanwhile, Ella, Laura and you have been bonding over a shared disdain of your mother's, and it's been interesting. It's probably been long enough by this point for you to actually be a bit like mindful of the fact that you haven't seen Arthrin or Eirys in a while. They might be just down another of these library corridors, but you finished your job with sorting out all of the hymn books and the song sheets and stuff like that.
Okay. She will then, I suppose, kind of realising that she hasn't seen them for a while, she'll probably have a look around the temple and see if she can find anyone.
You begin to do so. I'll be right back. Okay, Eirys and Kyro, you are in the second floor inside what appears to be Cherral's bedroom. You can see over here, it appears to be a chest of some description. Hang on, how do I do this? There you go. Chest of some description on Eirys' immediate right. There appears to be a kind of wardrobe cupboard over here, a very ornate four-poster bed. Rich carved mahogany sort of wood. What's it called when there are wood sort of boards on around the ceiling and the top of each of the walls? You know what I'm talking about?
I never know the name of them.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I know what you're talking about.
We know what it is.
Architrave.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, you
want to try the chest or search the room?
From Brüz's really detailed description, whereabouts are we in relation to?
So Brüz was being as descriptive as he could, but he's only ever seen the front side of this house, and you are entering the back. So in terms of where you're going from here, you're not immediately sure.
From the front one, I know I won't know the way to there. Which room was it?
There's only one door out of this one. You're in the back of the building. It seems your only option for exiting this room is to either... Well, your options are to go out of the window that you've come through or go through the door on the right. And hopefully there'll be a stair or something to take you down to the ground floor, because you know that the room you're looking for is on the ground floor.
Got it, okay. So we need to be going down, ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I relay this to Kyro.
Do you want to check this room or leave now?
Quickly check, and then we head straight there.
Okay. He's gonna do a... Oh, sorry.
Check for traps with assist on the chest.
Yep.
Sure, if you ask him to help you.
Yep. So that's investigation with advantage.
I think you're generally better at investigation than me.
We're the same.
Oh.
So he'll just help you.
Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, was it +4? So dirty 20.
Okay. You feel that it doesn't have any wires or contraptions on it that would indicate the presence of a trap, but there is a big old padlock on it.
Does it look complicated or no?
It looks fairly sturdy, and yeah, it looks like it's going to take something to pick.
The best lock money can buy.
Do you want to try to unlock it or?
Let's just go.
Okay.
We're gonna head down.
You guys make your way through the door. Your passives are enough for you to exit this room very kind of quietly. It doesn't appear that Cherral is there. You three at the back, you see Arthrin kind of poke his head over the back. Oh my god. Zoe's gone to feed the rabbits. I'm really sorry, but I'd quite like Zoe to see what happens next. Arthrin pokes his head over the first floor roof and says, "You guys won't believe this. Ella's mum is at the door." And as you guys, Kyro and Eirys, you kind of step through into this big double door that leads into.
We're trying.
You
to
can
be
see.
stealthy.
Yeah. You can roll stealth to try and proceed quietly. Yeah, that's sure. One stealth check each.
Send him a
Do I get
message.
advantage because I'm flying?
Me and her feet aren't touching the floor.
Oh crumbs, that's
As
true.
soon as
I'll give advantage on the
soon as
stealth check
Arthrin-
because you're using the boots.
As soon as Arthrin gives that message to Brüz messages Eirys and says,
Be aware, Arthur and Ella's mother has apparently been spotted at the front door.
Is that going to Eirys?
Yes.
I relate to Kyro. I got a 29%.
29. Kyro?
Huh? Oh, on the stealth?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. I rolled a 16.
and Eirys will respond to Brüz
7
to
or
detail any other information she might have about what or where she
23.
might see things.
Okay, 21. That's fine. You're gonna
I got a 23.
effectively, you guys kind of, this door is almost kind of cracked open anyway. You're able to push it slightly open and glance through. You got the whole sort of Disney, one person around the door, another person just above them around the door, and you can see.
I'm also.
Oh,
sorry.
no, please continue.
I was just gonna say I'm just keeping an eye out for things that are easy to pick up.
Sure. What you immediately see in this space is a large kind of vast sort of atrium antechamber. You can see, you can kind of see the kind of edge of it over here, but a large mosaic that appears to be the base of a hand and like a ring surrounding the hand. And from the symbols that you've seen in the temple, you know it's a large temple of Helm sort of insignia, basically. There is, there's a guard that's kind of just stepped through the door here. You guys kind of make sure that you're just opening the door just a slight crack so that you can see through it so that the guard doesn't see you. He doesn't seem to. He's leading with him, bear with me, a gnomish woman that you recognize to be Ella's mum. Cherral kind of steps in through this door, kind of almost opening here into another room that you guys haven't been in, but that Arthrin is standing on the roof of. He steps through. I'm going to stop here. And the reason I'm going to stop here for a moment is because I want Zoe to be here for this.
I understand.
She was here just a second ago. I saw her in the background.
She...
Can't
Zoe...
gotten too far.
You can tell me and go. Oh.
Are
there
you,
she is.
okay, you're back. Effectively,
Sorry, I had to go
you,
to the
you went
rabbit.
to you went to feed the rabbits at the worst possible moment because Arthrin saw your mother approaching the door of Cheryl's house.
Oh, okay.
That's
So
where she was going.
yeah,
Oh.
that was what she was on her way out to. You got so effectively the sit rep is Eirys and Kyro are in the building at the top of a large wing of double stairs that you can see here. Into the front kind of atrium place. In fact, memorizing Brüz's description and being able to kind of piece this together, both Kyro and Eirys kind of look over here and they see a narrow corridor space on Orla Ickleberry's right hand side, being okay. This is the space where we want to go. That's where we want to pick up the goodies that are in the safe house. Does that make sense? Great. I just want to make that as clear as I can before what happens next. So Eirys and Kyro are the ones who hear this. The others are outside kind of wondering what this all means. Cherral steps forward. He says, "Thank you. This is unexpected, but not entirely inappropriate. Do come in, Priestess Ickleberry." She steps inside, kind of does a side eye. Her short stature belies a kind of intimidating presence as she side-eye the guard, who kind of raises his eyebrows, turns, and steps back outside. The two doors kind of closing behind him. He got the message. These two wanted a moment alone. Please bear with me. because I've written a script. Ah.
Okay, go ahead.
Priestess Ickleberry. Good evening. This is unexpected, but not entirely unpleasant. High Priest Novaste, I apologize for interrupting your evening, but I couldn't find you in the temple today. Yes, well, I have been busy. I can see that. High Priest Novaste, I didn't know that you had members of the town guard patrolling around your home. Of course, Priestess, one can never be too careful in these dangerous times. Of course, you will be the first to be aware of that. Would you allow me to please to get straight to the point of my visit, if you don't mind, she replies. He kind of narrows his eyes. You're being very direct, Orla. High Priest, I have reason to believe that the temple has withheld its support of the townsfolk in recent weeks. Oh? And why do you suggest that? I took the liberty of visiting the Ainsley estate today. Were you aware that Benjamin Ainsley's daughter has been seriously unwell for quite some time? Until 2 days ago, that is. That's when my daughter Ella visited and healed her. Ah. Yes. Well, that was something I had been intending to address. High Priest, if you don't mind, I would have been able to remove any illness afflicting the child in one afternoon. Less even. Why did you not inform me that there was a need for healing in Farinloth? Orla, you're forgetting your... I became an acolyte in the temple for the express purpose of healing the sick of body and the sick of mind and the sick of heart. I am unable to do so as long as the truth is hidden from me. Ickleberry, calm down. You're implying that I have lied to you. That is far from the truth. I have only drawn your attention to the matters of true importance, of training and supervising the junior acolytes in the service of the temple. We both know we won't be around forever. You also oversee raising the funds towards the temple's upkeep. And of course, to say nothing of your role in the community that already exists. It is significant. Who doesn't know the name Ickleberry in Farinloth? She looks up at him. He keeps on going. You're an integral part of what we do in the temple. And you are valued. You're right, Cherral. Good. Now, I hope that your doubts are laid to rest. I have forgotten my place. I've been blind to what we are here to do. I've been so caught up in how I should be living in the eyes of the temple's laws and in the eyes of the figure appointed to lead me. I've forgotten the reasons I became a cleric in the first place. I've let this abstract vision of how things should be destroy the things that I had in the first place. Ickleberry. His demeanor turns to being very cold. Ickleberry. I don't mean to be rude, but I have not invited you to my home this evening, and I will not stand by and watch you have a nervous breakdown over your daughter's unexpected return. Especially not in such a extravagant and worthy antechamber. She gasps quietly. Why don't you go and get some rest, and then we can discuss this further in the morning. You'll feel better after a night's sleep, I guarantee it. Eirys and Kyro, you watch Orla kind of defeated.
Gonna kill him if he attacks her.
No, he makes no such move. He just watches as she turns and steps back over the mosaic underfoot. The door slowly heaves open and shuts behind Orla. And, for all you know, makes her way back towards the temple.
She's gonna try breaking in.
This is a great sign.
We can definitely...
Yeah?
Well... So, as we got the report that Ella's mother had arrived, did we see did we see Cherral's movement from inside that drawing room there where we were?
There were no windows. I mean, on the opposite side of that chimney stack wall that you're in is the room that Cherral's inside, but you're not to know that because the only windows that you have are the ones over there on in the dining room, and he appears not to be in there.
Eirys would have replied to your message to say that they entered into Cheryl's bedroom. There is a chest that they have left, but she would have replied to the message before any of that happened, so she couldn't relay any of that.
Okay. So, with just a reply, you're able to get that vague information, but, effectively, he appears to, at the moment, be in that sort of central antechamber.
Arthrin. Yeah. Let us know when Osmond leaves.
Okay. He kind of doubles back. We'll say that happens at the moment that he told you. He doubles back. It takes only between 2 and 5 minutes, and then he doubles back and kind of puts his thumbs up and kind of indicates like over there. She's gone.
If Bella's mum leaves,
Oh my god. No. Holy shit. No. Oh no.
Well, I mean,
what I'm going for, obviously.
Obviously.
It would have been completely dead already.
Anyway, so she's turned and she's left out the front door. He kind of turns around. He looks at the symbol of helm on the ground in front of him, and he murmurs something under his breath. Passive perceptions, friends. Sorry, Kyro and Eirys.
19.
I'm so glad you're here.
19. You can strain. I'll give you both a perception roll if you want to try and hear what he's murmuring under his breath as he steps back into his study.
Sure. 14.
14. Your literal passive. That's cool.
Sorry, Eirys?
I'm here with Eirys for a reason.
24.
24. You hear him murmuring under his breath. Silly old bitch, the last thing I need. I've got better things to do than calm down wailing old women. Helmet alive. And he makes his way back into this chamber over here, leaving this space apparently free.
Nice. Where did he go? The bear room?
He went this way, yeah. So you watched him kind of cross over underneath this side of this sweeping staircase.
Very, very cool.
What would you guys like to do?
So that room has no windows other than the stained glass.
So let's make this clear. So these rooms that I'm indicating here, they're on the second floor. There is a room on the first floor that I've kind of drawn a line there to represent the wall kind of going through here. In fact, if I kind of grab this and do a bit of a dotted line here, there is a first floor room kind of going through here, if you see what I'm doing.
I do.
Yep.
And that room is the dining hall that has the kind of wall high stained glass kind of panels that you've just checked and you've seen that they don't open. There are windows on the second floor here that clearly do. You just watched Eirys and Kyro disappear into this one. There is a window that I haven't drawn very well here. Yeah, a really a kind of small one. Let me indicate that on the map for you.
Small enough to be able to see through to get a lay of the land in that room.
Oh, absolutely, if you wanted to.
Yeah. So, Brüz will message Yell and say,
I think there is a window up ahead that should give us a view of the room. I feel like if what Eirys sent me before may be in this room, which could work well for us.
Yell, you're struck with the peculiar sensation of receiving a message in your mind as well as hearing it audibly spoken immediately next to you.
He's whispering into his hand.
Yeah, you get that, but yeah, you guys are both immediately next to each other. So yeah, Brüz, you can skip across here, take a look in the window, And you do. You see, in fact, you hear rustling through the thin glass, and then you see Cherral with a book of some kind kind of come back here, sit down. He raises his hand, clenches it, and then the light kind of changes, and you can see the flickering light of a fire sort of bouncing across the walls. There is a giant dead bear skin on the ground as he sits.
Does he still have detect magic on, by the way?
Detect magic.
Yeah.
I'd imagine you guys have taken the time to get to this point, so that's
it was a
I'm just
ritual
saying, if
thing
you're not doing
that he
anything
cast
important,
before.
you can always cast it some more.
It's either a 10-minute ritual or a spell slot. I don't think he's going to cast it at the moment, but
he's just looking into this
looking
book.
through the window. He's just reading, and he's
he seems to
reading
be
a book. So
reading a book of some kind. It's difficult to see exactly what it is.
Okay,
So-
I'd like to do something
Okay, what would you like to do?
in preparation.
Yeah.
Okay, first, if I can see if there's any lights in the area,
You mean outside or inside?
like inside the room he's in.
You can see that there are kind of wall sconces vaguely through here, and then as you kind of like move away around Brüz to try and crane your body to see through this small window, there's a light over here, but there's also sort of, you get the sense that he's just cast a spell to light the fireplace, and just like that, Arthrin kind of pops his head over the top of the roof where you guys are currently, and he says, "He's just lit a fire.
Okay, so
I don't know how useful I am, really, to be honest."
Okay, I want to just start the spook a little bit with small things. So first, turn the fire blue. It's just a real quick,
Okay.
and it's not a continuous spell. It just turns the fire blue.
Very briefly.
For 6 seconds.
Well, that's how long it takes to cast.
Yeah, okay. So if it takes one turn for the thing to happen. Or what we can say is you turn the flames...
Control Flames is a completely somatic spell, so I don't have to say anything. I just do a little thing with my hands, and it's blue now.
Okay, so you wave your hands, and it's blue now. That's your attack. And it kind of changes colour. Cherral kind of looks up from his book and creases his eyes and turns his head. And the first thing that he does is look towards the window. Roll stealth.
Okay.
Brüz, I need you to do so as well.
And you all have that plus 10.
26.
26 is good.
You need the plus
26
10.
for Brüz as well.
Holy shit, lads.
Yeah.
That
It
fucking...
was 17 minus 1 plus 10.
That is pass without a trace. Jesus. You guys see the kind of look up, and you immediately kind of have a premonition that he's going to look your way. You both throw yourself to either side of the window and put yourself against the wall, and he just looks up at the window.
And she's going to continue to do that again and again and turn every fire she can see in that room blue.
So, fireplace...
One at a time.
Yeah, fireplace turns blue, sconce over here turns blue, fireplace turns blue again. Those are the only two that you can see from your angle. But yeah, you do so. He kind of looks up, he steps forward. What in the seven hells? It kind of goes up. He doesn't... What's he going to do? He's going to do a wisdom save.
Okay.
Natural 20. He immediately looks up towards the window. He gets up and he moves towards it, and you hear him kind of opening it. What are you going to do?
I turn into a cockroach.
Brüz, what are you going to do?
Brüz is going to pull his cloak down and just go as dark as he possibly can, and just...
You're just going to crouch down as well.
Down.
Yell, you're there. The window's being open. What are you going to do?
Invisibility.
Yay!
And also, once the window's open, I'm going to try to sneak in.
You're a cockroach.
Yes.
Make a stealth check with the stats of a cockroach.
Okay.
He opens the window. He looks around.
You still have your
Plus
spell.
10. I can still concentrate on spells even if I'm a cockroach.
So, cockroach can't be seen because it's a cockroach. Yell can't be seen because he's invisible. Brüz, I need you to roll stealth with advantage because he's making a perception check to see what he can see out here.
Technically, the cockroach probably can be seen. It's just that.
but 26 again.
26. It doesn't matter what his perception is. His perception's really good, but it's not enough.
He's a cleric.
It's not enough. You guys have chosen a good time to use a passive out of trace. Holy shit! He rolled above 20, but he didn't meet your self check. He just looks around.
While he's distracted by them, we can sneak past.
I was gonna say while they're doing that.
Yeah.
You guys are there at the top, and you start seeing flashes of blue from within, and you take that as a
Oh, they've started already.
as a
Basically,
sign.
the moment he went
The
into
haunting
that
is
room,
begun.
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
even any of that, we would have been on the move. Cause
Yeah, we
were
would-
tight, so
Yeah.
Stealth
Um,
checks with
Yeah, yeah.
advantage because you know you guys are really good at this.
now I can see
Okay,
the front door.
and once I've gotten in as the cockroach, I'm going to go under his rug.
Oh yeah.
Which of the stairs are you guys going to approach, guys? This is Eirys and Kyros. Excuse me.
So, what I was actually going to do is, because I can fly, I was going to literally just across the ceiling.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
Can I
Like-
just walk on the ceiling then? Are they high
Yeah.
ceilings?
It's pretty
Yay.
high, and there's actually quite an elaborate chandelier here in this central kind of vestibule place.
Does it have jewels on it?
It has. You're not sure from immediately just glancing at it, but at the
No,
very
I mean,
least,
as I walk past it.
it appears to be very well crafted molded glass, along with sconces with lit candles on it. Hey, I can fly.
Very worthwhile.
So now
right.
You
that
don't
I
know.
can see-
You don't
now that
know.
I can see the front door.
So does glass.
Can
Anyway,
I then
yeah.
put Brüz's map into practice.
Once you kind of run across here with your flight speed and with that stealth, what was your stealth check again?
28.
Yeah, you end up there and you see the front door and you're like, okay, this is right of the front door as you're coming in, so this is the corridor that we want.
So this is essentially the room that.
Yes,
would be-
exactly.
Okay.
Kyro, you move down and you freaking nail it too. Nice work. Cool.
So then I do whatever it is Brüz showed me that I needed to do to open that room.
Yes.
I mean, it just appeared to be again a really kind of ornate lock of some kind. You can make another investigation check for traps if you want. Oh my god, I can cast fly on my horse.
What?
You can!
You can.
Oh my god.
It is canonically possible.
I rolled an 18.
Flying.
An 18 on the investigation.
Just,
You have advantage.
that
by
might
the
not be
way.
the best idea.
Just
unless
assume you
someone
have
is used
advantage
to
on
it,
whatever checks we're doing.
The other one
Because
was
of course
fine,
it's
so-
spooky.
Okay. 18. You're actually able to detect through kind of running your hand along at the base of the door, running almost like along the kind of very base of this reinforced door, is a piece of silver wire.
I'm going to try and do it.
Unattach it,
That's the one.
Just disarm
I'm
it.
going to
Disarm it.
definitely help her with that.
disarm it. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me how?
Using my rope.
you look for a mechanism that it's attached to, and you try to fiddle around with that basically in order to disengage the, trap.
From that investigation check, all you find is a piece of silver wire that runs all the way across the bottom of the door, that's held in place by tiny little hooks that are holding it in place.
Okay.
That is it. There appears to
Could
be
we
no
try
mechanism.
to really delicately remove the wire without pulling on the hooks, because presumably that's what the door would do. Is the door would pull on the wire to pull the hooks to.
Does it seem like that's the case?
Hmm.
Can we tell how this trap would be tripped?
It appears that from what you what was the investigation check again? Sorry,
18.
18. I'm gonna say that it's not immediately clear to you too.
What would happen if we open the door? How would that interact with the string? Because I mean, it's a thing. So
It looks like it's running along the very bottom of the door.
Mhm.
It may well open directly over the silver thread.
Over the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just need to step over it.
No,
You say it's silver
it
thread.
might.
Yes, I did.
The non-magic users.
Yep.
Ah.
I think if the
Yeah.
I think it's a detection thing. Probably.
Make an Arcana check.
Sensor. Okay.
Kira can make an Arcana check. You've said the right thing.
Great. I mean, I know what the alarm spell is from experience.
Yeah,
sort of.
yeah. But Kira might not necessarily.
No, I mean Kyro has. He's robbed people.
He's robbed people.
Yeah. Anyway,
Okay.
that's why he thinks your plan's crazy.
I got a 13.
Anyway,
13.
like his background is criminal.
Magic shit.
Yeah.
You mean
Magic shit.
this isn't the stuff that you focused on.
17.
17. I mean, given that you're giving me new information about your character, that your character has seen an alarm spell before, I will let you have that.
Well, he's got a
He's
criminal
aware of it.
background.
Yeah.
He's aware that they exist.
Yes, you're aware that there are magical wards in place. You know that this. Oh, it's spice and Jenga. Anyway, these. You know that this is a town with a wizard arcane academy in it. Maybe it could be that there's a kind of magical ward over this room.
Yeah.
How
this
it's
is common.
How it's dispelled, you don't know.
Well, with the dispel spell, obviously. Okay, so he's gonna relay this to Eirys. I'm pretty sure this is an alarm spell thing. Basically, if we cross over it, it'll alert whoever cast it that something's up.
Does that
So,
mean if we don't interact with it, if we fly over it?
if we go over the threshold or interact with it in general, it'll probably go off. So we either need to dispel it or trip it and then let him find out that no one's inside the room.
Or we wait until all the shit breaks loose. He'll have bigger priorities.
And then do it. It's a good idea. Do you want us to do other things while we wait?
I'll wait here. If you wanted to go back to that chest, you can, but I'd rather we were here. One of us was here at least, ready to go the moment.
I'm going to stay here then.
We'll wait.
Okay, you guys stand by. Meanwhile, at the window, the window's open. Cherral's like looking around outside. Kind of furrows his brow. What the hell? What was the cockroach stealth check?
Oh, right. I did a 22. Wait, no, not 22. It was actually like... It was
32?
I rolled 12, and then it's like a +6.
So 18.
And then,
And then plus 10
plus
for...
10, 28.
So 28. So yeah, you just kind of like crawl up the wall. He's looking around, and he's so carefully kind of perusing the picket fence, particularly because he's sure that they're out there, that you just get through without him seeing, even with a 22 perception check. Holy shit, guys! You kind of crawl in and underneath the bear rug. You do it so successfully, undetected. Oh, Yell. Yes. Sorry,
I was going to
Kira.
ask if either Yell or Brüz message either Kira or Eirys at any point to ask about Ella's mom.
At this
because you asked Arthrin to tell you about that.
At this particular moment, the sound of their voices would trigger Cherral, who's looking through the window. He's there for a fair 10, 20, 30 seconds. He seems to take time to sort of close the window as securely as he can. We got dice rolling cats. Cool.
The cameras aren't working on the stream at the moment.
Oh,
They've dropped off.
that's funny. Hang on.
Shame.
Arby noticed it before.
I
We're all
don't-
giggling at kittens and nobody else can see them.
That's true. That's weird. I've got
Maybe
thingy
it's that
up.
I need to do the break and come back thing. And I could do with a toilet break just before we continue.
Maybe we should just have a quick toilet break. This is going on for quite a long time, actually. What do you guys think?
It's just about to launch.
It's just about to get into the good stuff. Do we want to push on do we want to see this through, or do we want to finish for tonight?
Yes. I definitely want to see this through.
What do you guys
we
think?
never have a problem with it because of our time zone.
Yeah.
It's really up to the UK folk.
What are you guys thinking?
I
For We're always
working from
happy to
home
play
tomorrow,
more.
so I don't mind staying a bit later, but I also fully respect that other people have to be in work.
Okay.
Don't feel pressured to stay up because we can just.
I'm voting to keep going because I'm thinking it's going really well. But Ross, Zoe,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Depends how much longer it would go on.
Yeah.
Well, in the realm of now we're here, it's basically as soon as he turns away, it's Yell and Brüz become ghosties. Brüz then does silence in that room, then drops duplicitous self version of Thingo in that room.
Yeah.
And between that and Nuru turning into a fucking bear, no doubt.
Yeah.
We are basically just going to start appearing anywhere he goes.
Yeah.
Basically, it's just going to be silence in that room. So any moment now, it's just going to be silent in that room, and then he's going to be face to face with a duplicitous and non-corporeal version of a ghosty. And whilst Yell is invisible, he can make good his entry through a potentially opened window still once Cherral turns away. But yeah, basically the moment Cherral turns away, it'll be silence, then or disguise, silence, duplicity.
Oh, you guys could do something really cool where you smash through the window as the ghost of Mara.
Well,
We don't want to.
don't worry, James. The idea of bursting through the window had not escaped me.
Indeed.
As a especially when the silence is going to be covering that window.
Oh, good point.
The
11:30.
Yeah, I'd imagine no longer than 11:30.
I have a query.
Yes, we're going to go on break now just to see if we can reset the webcams. I don't understand why it's not working. Hopefully this will help. We'll take a bathroom break and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you for watching. This is cool. See you in a bit.
Be back soon.
Arthrin, good to see you again. Hello, Trent. Would it be another ale, the same as always? Yeah, set it up. 3 copper, same as always. I take it that you'll take your usual place. Yep, just me and my ale in the court. The booth seems to be taken. Well, so it does. Well, I suppose you could always sit somewhere else.
I'm gonna head over there.
Oh, Arthrin, wait.
Hey! The wee bug was rolling around the floor.
Gentlemen,
Huh? The day's been long and I'm in need of rest. I'd love to sit here.
well, excuse you, pretty boy.
As you can see that we've got this booth for ourselves, so you're gonna have to move on. Listen, I just really like this booth, alright?
I said, move on.
I'll move on when you leave.
Hey, we're not going to have any trouble in here. Take it outside, or put an end to it.
You should listen to the Dragonborn, wee lad.
Well, fuck you up.
That's right. Keep on fucking walking.
strong.
My dearest Bartholomew, how I miss you. These lonely days have passed without incident, and the towers of Valen's Kier rise so high in the sky, yet so detached from the mire below. I wish so much for us to be together, but the only way we can contact each other is through shadowy deals made with roguish delivery boys who have more courage than sense. I urge you to make your way to Valen's Kier so we can meet. I don't care what my father says.
What are you doing? Whoa! Whoa! Calm down!
Arthrin.
What were you doing? Were you reading something?
Doesn't matter what I was doing.
Is that the letter?
No.
It is, isn't it?
No.
I bet it is.
It isn't.
So, what is it then?
It's nothing.
Are you sure it's nothing? Because it looks to me like you're reading this letter. Are you hoping for a romantic story of two star-crossed lovers or something? I wouldn't have thought it of you, Eirys. Or not! Or not!
You didn't see this.
I didn't see this.
This never happened.
Right! Never happened. Absolutely.
Go back to sleep.
Back to sleep. Uh-huh. Yep. Whew. Okay. I'm just gonna... Well... Yeah.
Yours, now and always.
this is going to be.
Welcome back. Can we be seen? I think we can, from what I can see.
We can indeed.
Great, thank you. We are about.
You look great, James.
You look fantastic. Your beard, my goals, man. If I get to your age with that beard, I'll be happy. Anyway, shit's about to go down. Cherral has just closed the window and is desperately trying to kind of fasten it as securely as he can. He takes a couple of steps back. He looks around. The torchlight and the fireplace is still. It's gone back to normal. He's like, "What in the sweet mother of fuck is this?" He looks around. He has no reason to look underneath the bear rug to see the cockroach underneath.
Even if he did, like, it's just a cockroach.
What are you guys gonna do? He's there for a moment.
As soon as the window is closed, Brüz is going to change disguise self to then turn into the ghostly version of Mara.
Okay, so it's like
version of Mara.
So you do your best to replicate the features of this human female. You make her features gaunt, her eyes sunk, her hair just like black or and wiry, and you're not able to create ghostly sort of like mist or fog. You're just disguising yourself as another person, but you're making the person look haggard,
transparent.
I mean, you can make your skin so pale and your body so thin that you can see the bones to the point where emerging from the darkness, it would look horrific. So you're disguising yourself in that way. You feel your form turn to that form. What are you going to do now?
So Brüz is then going to just stand up and face clearly in that window. So he can get a good view of things, but now he knows that he has Mara's face just sitting in that window.
Okay.
Now, Brüz is just going to very carefully measure the room for size, silence into the very middle of it.
Okay.
And then basically just watch for a moment to see if Cherral notices the sound has gone, and as soon as any moment of recognition occurs, he's going to put his duplicity sort of over in this little area here.
Okay, yeah.
Like over in the doorway, looking back at him, just sort of staring.
As
still
soon as
silent.
the duplicitous self appears in there, Yella's going to use thaumaturgy to flicker all the lights in the room.
Okay.
There's a thing thaumaturgy can do.
He kind of like folds his arm and he kind of like furrows his brow. He shakes his head, and he's on the verge of just kind of almost shrugging and sitting back down. And then suddenly there's a, and the sound of the fire crackle disappears. Music gone. The sound of the fire crackle in the grate disappears, and the sounds of the kind of wind blowing through the corridors doesn't reach through into the room. Sound is completely gone. He stops. He goes. He turns, and then at seeing, he kind of turns to the window and he sees you there, Brüz, and he kind of goes.
Yep. Mara's face.
He kind of doubles back. He kind of turns to run, and then your duplicitous self is in front of him. He's like, and he collapses down to the ground, and he's on his back, and he's struggling back towards the sofa, and then the lights start flashing. He's like, you can't hear him because of the silence spell, but he is screaming. He gets up. He just backs his way up. He doesn't know what to do. He runs over to like one of the torches.
Blindness.
Okay, what's the save he's making?
It will be a con save. I will put it up in just a second. Where's my thing?
Natural. Natural fucking 1. He fails, and as his vision goes, he goes clattering into the wall. He was about to try and grab one of the sconces and try to use it as a firing brand against this apparition. He just
Now make him feel
he
cold.
sort of like he holds up his hands, and you know this because of your vague cleric sort of domain, sort of Brüz, that he's moving his hands in the way to cast spells, and he's like his eyes just have gone completely white. There is no pupil, no iris. He's just thrashing around. He's moving his hands. No magical effects are happening, and yeah, he is completely taken off guard. He's a very, very powerful cleric, guys, but the silence spell renders him powerless.
And I'm gonna be the bear now, and
Why?
when and
He
if
can't
his
see or hear.
blindness comes away,
Yeah,
then I'll
just be Yappinator,
in
like-
front of him.
I would.
kind of clashes
the
into
thing
the
is
wall,
that-
turns around.
Or
You could like place yourself in his path, and he can happen upon you, and suddenly find his hands upon a furless bear.
I mean, you're attempting to kind of wear the bear skin, aren't you?
yeah.
Just bear with me. Where's
You can keep him in this room actually, which is quite useful.
Oh yeah, I could definitely keep him in this room.
so
He's
that's
cute.
there you are. There is Nuru the bear.
Yeah,
You-
that's the bear.
Do you know what? Let's put on some more appropriate music now that this is all going down. You've broken into the house. You've snuck around. Yeah. You guys have broken into the house. You've snuck around, and you've
Oh boy.
burst through with your magic spells and with the flickering of the lights. He's like, ah! Except he's not making any noise because of how terrified he is.
Yeah,
He
we
kind of
can't hear
like
anything either.
he's flailing his Yeah, you're just watching this all happen, and you can't hear anything. It's kind of surreal. You watch as he sort of flails forward, and yeah, the shadow, because of the flickering lights, you see the shadow of the kind of bear skin just kind of go. Except there's no noise. It just rises like a shadow from the ground as Nuru drops the cockroach form and becomes a bear wearing the skin of this bear, and albino. The eyes are red. Unfortunately, Cherral misses this because he's blinded by the spell, but he does kind of flash forward, and his hands kind of go and find the kind of some of the skin of the bald bear and then some of the fur of the rug, and he
I'm
just
definitely gonna let him like run into my jaws a bit.
yeah
just
he
to
does
let him know
does
it's there.
Just like
he does so. He's gonna
drool a bit.
he unsheaths a dagger at his side, and he swings to hit you with disadvantage. It's a natural 2 plus 3 for 5 plus.
I don't even care if he hits me.
He doesn't hit you.
He swings, and it gets into your teeth, and your teeth just kind of deflect the blade. It resonates a little bit because this is clearly quite a powerful enchanted dagger. You can tell that much. He's barely kind of got it out,
Except he's
but it
silent.
magical weapon effects in terms of like enchanting weapons for +1s and +2s doesn't need a verbal component, so they can still do extra damage. But yeah,
Did we do it for a turn order thing?
Yeah, just you said it was making a sound, but I'm like, it makes no sound.
oh sorry, yeah, it doesn't make any sound. I'll tell you what, because he's gotten out and because he's actually like swung, we'll say that we are in initiative order here. So let's roll initiative.
Okay, then roll
I mean, it
initiative.
could be a loose thing because we're not really properly in combat. But I mean, like Yell's invisible, he could be doing something.
Sometimes
Exactly,
for
yeah.
timed events, he will go into initiative order.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Cool. So I believe all of your initiative scores are there. Arthrin's going to roll. Arthrin's on the roof.
Drew's
Like
got
he's
18.
His job is to keep an eye out on those guards and stuff.
yeah,
so
totally.
He's doing
Yep.
great.
Arthrin is
He's
18.
been so helpful.
Brüz, what did you get? 18.
18.
Okay.
Yep.
17 for Nuru. That's good. Yeah, what'd you get?
12.
You've done better, but that's okay. Eirys.
I got
Oh,
a 9.
initiative.
9.
As soon as we saw the lights flickering,
Yeah.
it would have been like, go, go, go.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Kiro.
Not gonna believe this, but double ones, so that's a 10.
10 is the lowest that you can possibly roll? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Brüz, you got 7?
I'm famous.
18.
Nice.
18. I'm trying to type it in.
Hang on.
I didn't select my token first.
There are 2 Brüz icons here. Don't worry about it. I got it. Ella, what did you roll? Oh, Ella's not in here. Ella's in the library.
I mean, you can roll your turn so we know when to hand back to you reading a book.
Cool. Gonna add Cherral. He's just taken an attack action, so he'll go there. The guards, just for the sake of it, we'll put on an initiative order for the guards. They got 17. At the moment, they are not.
Reading about vampires.
At the moment, they are none the wiser. Okay, so he's just swung at the bear and missed, and yeah, he's just absolutely panicking. He's blinded. He can't say anything. Arthrin kind of cranes his. It's a 20-foot sphere, isn't it? Like a semi-sphere.
20 foot radius from that central point.
Okay, so it's only in two dimensions.
So it basically should. It's a 20 foot radius sphere.
Okay.
It says so.
So Arthrin kind of like you watch. You're so focused on what you're doing, but you see out the corner of your eye, Arthrin crane his head over the roof, and he mouths something. You can't hear him because he's deafened. He's silenced. Brüz, it's your turn. You're at the window. You see all this shit going down. Your duplicitous self is over here.
I can only see the guards and Cherral on the turn. But
yes.
Can anybody else see anything?
Nope.
Okay.
We're in the same boat as you.
Bear with me. Do you see Brüz?
I see Brüz.
Yes.
Okay, just bear with me. Nuru is I'm gonna add those in. Why don't you tell me what you're gonna do on your turn? I'll get that done while you're talking.
Can't believe I double crit.
Yeah. Okay. So Brüz is going to move his duplicity just to sort of actually the duplicity can stay there for the moment. The guy is blind.
Yes.
Brüz is basically just going to let's see.
Oh, we both rolled low. Nice.
Okay.
Okay, your option.
Brüz is going to cast message.
Oh, okay.
To Cherral.
What are you gonna say?
Brüz is going to make an effort to change his voice, which is not something he considers himself too capable of doing, but it's just going to make it as gravelly as possible, going, "You've been a very bad boy, haven't you? Haven't you? Haven't you?" And just keep yelling that until I run out of words.
So, yeah, his reply comes mentally, so he's not able. He doesn't verbalize it, but he is able to communicate it to you psychically, and he's just screaming his head off. He is just utterly just terrified. He's blinded. Yeah, that's Do you want to move anywhere? Do you want to try and get through the window, or?
That was Brüz's action to cast message.
Okay, sure.
I'm guessing the window has been locked, hasn't it, behind him?
Looks like it.
When he closed it.
Yeah.
Brüz. I think Brüz is just going to stay there, watching the room, holding the silence, and just keeping an eye on things, and kind of just standing there after doing that. He's just kind of raising his arms like he's conducting an orchestra.
Okay. Arthur, you don't hear this because it's silence, but Arthur makes his way over the roof. Nuru, it's your turn.
I want to try to knock that dagger out of his hand if I can.
Okay, yeah.
Good idea.
Because you are the bear.
Shouldn't be hard.
Roll an attack with advantage.
All right.
He's having a bad time.
Because he is blinded.
I have a claw
silent,
attack, so
unable
I'll
to
use
scream.
that. And I'm not gonna be gentle with him, but I'm also not gonna try to actually hurt him too bad.
Okay, so you're being careful with how you're doing this, so that will increase the armor class, but you do have advantage. Let me know what you roll.
All right, so that is 25.
That's good.
Even with the additional armor class, you're able to hit his hand. I do need you to roll damage.
Okay.
Because you're doing damage, but you succeed in knocking the weapon away. The dagger flies out of his hand, and it kind of like spins across the polished floor at the feet of Bruce's ghostly
Simplicity.
Very
duplicity.
nice.
That's 11 points of damage.
Cherral takes
for the
11.
claw.
Yep, Cherral takes 11 points of damage. He kind of reels back. He kind of clutches his hand. There's blood. There's kind of a great kind of smiting sort of scratch across his hand, and yeah, now he's been disarmed. Wow.
And I'm just gonna pick up the knife with my mouth. Just have it.
Okay. You can turn around and you can pick it up, and yeah, you've got the knife.
Now,
You don't.
He's got a knife.
Careful, honey. He has a knife. What? No, I don't. You.
It's not a knife.
I got
This.
a knife. No.
Yeah.
This is a knife. Oh my God, knife party.
This is a knife.
We're listening to the Mission
Got
Impossible
a knife?
soundtrack.
This is a knife.
The guards,
This is a knife.
Because- because all of your
played knifey spoon before.
because all of the shit that you're doing is within the silent space, the guards are none the wiser. So they just continue kind of like
Yeah.
chatting about,
I'll
the-
let the guards see me.
who
I
let
don't
the guards
care.
out. Yell, it's you.
So, do we need a way in, Brüz?
Brüz, you can see Brüz is kind of just standing at the window conducting an invisible silent orchestra. You get the feeling that the window is covered quite comfortably by the silence field. So if you want to go in,
Oh yeah, I have a way.
Brüz is like the Mara vision is conducting. Brüz is no longer there.
Okay, so what are you gonna do?
So yeah, I'd like to come up to the window because I've cast a spell. I'm not invisible at the moment, but I am in the disguise self form. And I'll
Yes.
be like, "Excuse me, Brüz," and then I will go and thunderclap the window, which only requires a somatic component, and because it's in the silent spell, it makes no noise. So the window will just shatter inwards.
You watch as
Boom.
Yale kind of moves beside Bruce. He claps his hands. There's no sound, but there is a flash, and just little fragments of glass just fly everywhere.
Good magic fun.
Yeah.
So fun.
So yeah, the window is no longer there, so it counts as tricky territory. You'd probably have to roll to kind of crawl through it, but you can certainly try.
And then bonus action and small movement. Yeah, I was probably just going to duck away from the window so that there isn't too many Mara ghosts appearing at the moment.
Okay.
But in case we want to jump in, we now have a way in.
Yeah, sure thing. So you've opened up the window, no problem. Kyro, remember Eirys, you're up next. Kyro, what are you going to do?
Kara's actually gonna move on Eris's move.
Okay, so you're both going to go at the same time. What's the plan? Because you're both right
When
next to
we
each
saw the lights flashing initially, we would have gone in,
Busted
opened
in.
the door, broken the silver wire,
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So
and
you
we'll just be really bagging everything.
yeah, realizing the shit is going down. I need you to roll sleight of hand. You can take advantage because I guess Kyro going on your turn means that you're helping. I guess.
Yeah, that's the purpose.
So you can roll sleight of hand with
Together.
advantage, or thieves' kit, I guess, which is your dexterity modifier and your proficiency. So it's the same as sleight of hand, I guess. And you take advantage because you are being helped by your drow friend. Do you still have the goggles on?
On? Why? Is it bright in here?
I don't know. Are you wearing the goggles?
I mean, yeah, if it was bright.
It's nighttime.
No.
But
Sec-
if it's nighttime,
If it's
probably on his
nighttime, probably
forehead.
not.
Yeah, on his forehead. Okay.
Why? Are they magic?
They allow you
It's
to.
on steampunk.
What was the roll?
Sleight of hand was 27, and that's not adding my proficiency. That was just a sleight of hand check. Is
So
that right?
so are you telling me it's 31?
If I add my proficiency
Quite.
as well, then yes.
Yep.
Yeah. You kneel down, you get your pieces, jam them in, crack it around.
Leave it.
I can't believe it. I'm losing to a rug. You swing the door open, and you have enough movement to kind of both of you step in and look around, and there are this is a reinforced little safe house at the end of this corridor, and there are piles of gold and platinum, and there's a chest that is open, and there is all manner of shit in there. You've just got through the biggest lock in the house with an alarm spell on it, and actually, as you guys in the other room, kind of like Cherral kind of like gets the dagger, swaps it out of his house, and suddenly his head twigs. And he kind of like, and Nuru, you see him put his hands over his head and just kind of like realize what's happening. Yeah. To be frank, guys.
He's fucked. We steal everything we can as fast as we can.
We are just
effectively your next turn.
Bags of holding.
Yes, you do. You can pull your bags. We'll say, like with your free action, you can throw your bags of holding on the ground, pull them open, and then your next turn can be spent just like grabbing everything you can carry and just throwing it in.
Yeah.
Jesus, this is like a fucking Mission Impossible movie. It actually is. Yeah.
Pick the music.
I did. Oh my god.
I do plan to swing by his bedroom after this.
Oh man, maybe if there's time.
Just leave a whole bunch of it
donated
to the temple, and
yeah. He's gonna come in here.
Cherral is going to roll his obligatory con save. Okay, he went from natural 1 to natural 20. The blindness fades. His eyes kind of like regain their color, and he sees the Nuru bear wearing the skin. He's just like
and wielding a dagger.
He kind of sees that. He turns and he runs. He sees that there's a ghost there. He's going to try and run past the Mara ghost. So he's going this way.
Can I try to stop him?
You can take an opportunity attack, yeah.
Yeah, I want to try to knock him down.
That's a triple attack.
I'm not sure if that's possible. I don't know if opportunity attacks can be grapples.
If you had the sentinel feat, then you would enable a hit to stop a fleeing opponent.
You can effectively try and hit him as he runs and hope that knocks him unconscious, basically.
Can I just like, I don't know, bite his clothes?
Just keep saying doing non-lethal damage and you won't kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying.
As long as it's not a spell.
Because his eyes, he can see now.
I do want to bite
You're trying to restrain. You're trying to grapple him. That would reduce his movement to 0.
Yeah.
Let me try to grapple
Yeah, but you can't do that as a reaction.
I would say that is an action. Yeah, Brüz is absolutely right. Sorry, TheSwiss is absolutely right. It's something that the feat would allow, but unfortunately, you don't have that feat here.
All right, I will bite him.
Attack.
I will bite him and try to grab his clothes if I can.
Go for it.
It'll probably just tear his clothes a bit.
Tell me what you roll.
Okay, let me.
Remember, Brüz, you're next.
Yeah.
So that's 17 plus 6, which is 23.
Roll the damage.
All right, hold on. That's 1d8 plus 4. So
Here's a d8.
okay. And that is 7 plus 8, which is
15.
15. So 15 points of bite.
Whoa! You tear into his back, and a piece of flesh kind of gets caught between your teeth, and he staggers forward. 5, 10, 15. Brüz, you see this guy getting past your illusory self, just kind of going around to the side of it, desperately trying to get out of the room. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He finishes his movement here. And as you do, you hear his screaming voice kind of going, ah! As he runs out of the silent space. He's just screaming, ah! 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 Guards! He screams at the top of his voice for the guards. On your turn, you can certainly do whatever you like.
Okay.
That'll be his movement.
This is why you tie people up.
He's going to turn around, seeing that his ability to cast spells, his ability to speak is back.
Yeah.
All right.
This is why you tied
Oh
him.
no.
Yeah, let's go.
He's going to cast.
Would have just followed him and just kept looking at him?
For sure. On your turn, you can certainly do that. He's going to cast Spiritual Weapon
Okay.
with his bonus, because he's only run away. He hasn't done anything here. Actually, blindness, deafness. Can you just let me know? Does that take an action to roll the save?
More importantly, does that happen at the end of your turn? Or
Good
third?
question.
It
might be
happens at
an
the
end
end
of
of his
turn.
turn.
That's true.
Yeah.
Put it up in the thing.
He became
I'll put it
unblind at
in
the
the
end of his
chat
turn,
there
which means he
so you
couldn't
can
have
see.
run away.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's at the end of his
Can
turn.
we rewind then?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
At the end of each of its turns.
Yep. So
So,
none of that happens. Sorry.
Excellent.
So the only thing that
Okay.
happens on his turn is he's flailing around terribly, and he ends his
There's a
turn
giant bear.
just seeing the
Now
giant
you
bear
can
in front
try
of
to
him.
grab
Yeah.
Now I can try to grapple him.
Yay, okay.
I apologize, guys. That's an oversight.
It's okay.
That's okay. Don't worry.
That's all right.
We didn't realize either.
I'm glad you thought about it because I'd
Gotta read
forgotten
those
that was part of that.
Wow,
that,
there's so much shit going on right now, isn't there? Brüz, it's you.
Yeah. Okay, so the duplicity is going to walk right up next to Cherral
Yep, go
on
for
one
it.
side,
Mhm.
and then Brüz is going to take a few steps in and sort of walk over next to the bear on the other side.
Make an athletics
so
check to
then
get
there'll
through the.
be-
Can you make an athletics check to get through the window? It's a squeeze. It's a small window.
Well, isn't this the broken window that
It is.
Is this not the whole stained glass window?
No, those were the
that was
dining
blown
room. Those were the dining room windows at the back of the building. This
And
one's a
this-
much smaller window.
Okay.
Beside.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no stained glass on this room.
No.
No. Okay. Cool. Okay. So did that athletics check go through? No, it didn't. Oh, let me do that button again.
Athletics.
Oh.
Oh dear. So yeah, your duplicitous self gets to the side of Cherral, and his eyes are open. He turns to face. He's looking terrified. It's the ghost of Mara, and that's clearly having an effect on him. He clearly recognizes it as Mara, and he's starting to mouth things. You can't hear what he's saying, but yeah. The cat is typing. Okay. I think that'll probably be about your turn, to be honest, because you've used your. I'm going to give you an action if you want to use it at the window.
Yep. So Brüz from the window,
Yep.
not able to get in, is going to use. Actually, I'm going to use luck to try and re-roll that athletic check to get in.
Okay, sure thing. Go
I
for
keep
it.
forgetting I have luck.
Yep.
Also of inspiration.
Indeed. Arthrin's next, but Nuru's after that.
Yeah, that didn't do much better anyway. Yeah, never mind on that.
I'll say with that roll, you're able to just about
think
push yourself
through.
up and through, but you just kind of spend all of your movement just getting through the window.
Yeah, just getting through the window.
Say that you
Okay,
did
so
there.
just inside the window, Brüz is going to instead cast Blink.
Roll a d20 at the end of each of your turns.
So the
You struggle through the window, and then you're just like, forget this.
13. So the
Oh.
the real Brüz
Disappears.
vanishes from like, climbs to the window, falls down, stands up, goes, oh, and blinks out of existence
Yeah.
and disappears into the ethereal plane.
So you're gone. Just disappears.
Delightful.
Nice. All right. Cool. Arthrin continues making his way across the thing. He's going to roll. Still has Blessing of the Trickster, doesn't he?
Yes, he
Yeah.
does.
Oh. He rolls a natural 1, so he slips. You guys inside the
And with advantage.
his armor gives him disadvantage, so he only has a straight roll.
Oh,
We got
Oh, it's a straight roll.
Yeah,
Straight
yeah,
roll. Yeah, Jesus.
Okay. Holy crap. Okay, we need to get through this nice and quick, guys, because it's getting late over here.
Yeah.
So Arthrin slips. These guys are kind of filling their boots, but yeah, they hear the sound of an impact on the roof. And as do the guards. Nuru, it's your turn.
Okay, so I'm a bear. And I would like to restrain him.
So you're trying to grapple him?
Yeah.
Contested athletics check. You might be surprised to hear that's not his specialty.
And I will use my inspiration to do better than what I just did.
That's
so...
absolutely fine. Yep.
And I rolled a 19 that time, so I think I probably win.
On a 14, he does fail. You just kind of lull on top of him and just flatten him to the ground. He'll be prone. He'll be kind of like desperately trying to get out of the way. He isn't able to. Yeah, nice. So you've just kind of like flattened him down to the ground. Okay.
Just growling in his face.
Silently.
Indeed, there's no sound. This is very, very strange.
Okay, I'm just gonna like make sure there's spittle and stuff. Just gross him out.
Yeah.
I just kind of like the idea that you've like clobbered him to the ground, gone. At him.
He definitely smells bear. Aw, kitten's playing.
You guys, you guys watch as that happens. The guards at the front door. Sorry, Ella's mum is gone. Is freaking. They're freaking turning around and they're looking. They back up. They're gonna try and see Arthrin. They actually have to back up quite a lot to see on the top of the roof. They can't actually see over the lip. One turns to the other and goes, "Fuck this! I think there might be someone on the roof. Fuck, we got to climb up." So they're figuring out whether or not they're going to climb onto the roof or not. They can't see, but they can definitely hear. Yell. All good?
Yell is going to step just outside the bubble in line with the window.
Okay.
And he's going to hold his action for if he sees what's-his-face get out or one of the guards come rushing in, so he can cast darkness as them as the point.
Okay.
So it will follow either if a guard comes rushing in, the darkness will be on the guard moving with them, or if Cherral manages to escape this bear,
yeah, sure thing.
He is then engulfed in darkness.
Right, so you're holding a darkness spell in case Cherral breaks free or if a guard rushes in. Those are acceptable parameters. Kyro and Eirys, in 6 seconds, how much can you do? I'm going to say all of this turn and your action for next turn can be spent just grabbing everything as quickly as you can and just throwing it all into the bags, at which point you can use your movement on your next turn to turn and to make your way out. Okay?
So we'll be able to get everything in 2 turns?
Yeah, so your action and your bonus action and your full turn this turn, and then just your action next turn, and then you can use your movement on your next turn to get out.
Just in case it's relevant, I'm prioritizing items over gold.
Sure.
And I'm prioritizing documents.
We'll get all of them.
You don't immediately note. Let's have a look. There don't appear to be any specific documents here necessarily. None of note anyway. Yeah. Okay. Great. Where are we on the initiative order? Okay, we're at. Okay, Cherral's going to spend his turn trying to get out of the grip. He'll do it with disadvantage because he's terrified. I need an athletics check from Deanna.
Okay.
It's an 8 to beat.
Huh?
It's an 8 to beat.
Alright, well, I rolled an 11 plus whatever the athletics of a brown bear is, so...
Okay. Now, that brings the kind of... I hate to do this. That brings the initiative order back up to the top. It's really late over here.
We can stop here because we're at the top of the initiative order.
Exactly. This is really late, and Zoe and Ross are both saying that they need to go to bed, and frankly, so do I.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, this heist is going well. Jesus Christ. I can't give you XP until it's done, but there is XP coming your way for this shit. There is XP coming your way for this shit.
This is a very enriching experience.
Cool. I mean, I'll keep it to myself as to what you're shoving into the bags of holding at the moment.
Okay. Everything.
If you guys want to try and make your way back up to the bedroom as well, this may take a little bit longer, but yeah.
Forget
I'm
their
going to
rogues,
get
they
everything.
have bonus action dash.
Oh, fucking
Yeah.
hell, yeah, they do. But then Arthrin's fucking given the game up because it's been a weird silence, except
He's
until
the worst.
Arthrin
He's
slips
so
over on the
quiet.
roof. He just about kind of
Arthrin, why
keeps
did you not
hold of the
stay still?
tiles. Oh, bless him.
Arthrin.
If he could have at least fallen over in the silent area.
Yeah, but he was making his way over to kind of look at the guards to see what was
To
happening.
be fair, if he's the only one who gets arrested, that's not the worst thing in the world.
If we can get to the roof
And-
in time, Eirys is still dressed like some crazy.
True, but we-
thing. She
Mm.
can just
But
be
we
like,
also don't know that this has happened.
Wait, Eirys has blood eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kira did her makeup, so it's all like
It was
creepy
very
and
good.
ghastly
I
and
liked doing
ghost-like,
it.
and then she like cut her finger, smeared blood under her eyes, and then squeezed it so the blood's like running down. So she's like,
This was definitely a conversation I missed while I was on the phone to my nan.
Yep.
oh yeah, it might have been actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if
Kira did her makeup.
Little bit.
they had-
It's good.
Little bit.
Nick, I don't have any water. I'm sorry. I'll drink some water as soon as we go offline. Yeah.
James said that they heard Arthrin, I think, when he rolled a natural one.
Yes. The guards spent their
everyone
turn. The guards at the front of the building spent their turn being like, "Oh my god, there's a noise up there. Should we climb up?" That's
I
what they're
think
figering out.
Iris and Kyro know, so if we can get up there, she can.
Do
just
we?
be like,
Yeah, you heard the big dunk as Arthrin slipped over, and you're in a position where you can be like, "Oh, that's probably Arthrin," because you know the
very
plan.
Arthrin noise.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like Arthrin.
I feel confident that he'll be okay though.
You know, he needs to make a dexterity save in case because he slipped over on a roof. Like that's pretty slippery.
Man.
Uh-oh.
He'll probably be okay.
What's Arthrin's dexterity save?
Oh, Arthrin.
Not enough?
He rolled a 12, which is enough for him to kind of like he slips
He's just
over.
hanging over the edge.
No. He's putting his hand on the kind of beam that grows off the top of like a V sort of
Okay.
thing. His hands are there, and he's kind of like just lying against the. Yeah.
You
He-
know, if he asks for help, the guards might just help him.
Can you help me down?
Please?
Hydrate or
I didn't
dirate.
come here to steal, but now I'm in danger.
Okay, so before we go off, the webcams have gone off again on the stream. I think when we just stream
Yeah,
for a
they
while, that's what happens. I don't know why. I'm gonna get a bottle of water and I'm going to hydrate 4 times. Thank you, Nick. I'm genuinely impressed that you guys were watching for so long because that was a long one. That was a long one.
It's likely he'll be captured if we don't help him. But
We'll
I
bail
don't
him out
think...
with all the money we stole.
The thing is, though, I don't think they're gonna kill him if he doesn't fight them. But I guess that depends on Arthrin.
Oh my god.
So we don't know.
We're gonna.
Arthrin, be
It's-
cool,
It's
Arthrin.
probably better if he doesn't be seen at all.
Yeah, if he can avoid that, that'd be better. But
I mean, the only reason he can't be seen is because there's a lip over the roof that the guards couldn't quite see over. Yeah, really
They,
Now
interesting.
they're thinking
they
about
think
climbing
somebody's
the
up
roof.
there, but they haven't seen anybody yet. All they did is heard a noise. And Eirys and Kyro have also heard the noise and gone, "Oh, Arthrin." So I think it's a pretty safe assumption that at least the two of you know that he has put himself in a
bad
potential
position.
place of danger, but you can also kind of get a gauge as to whether or not the like guards have come bursting into the building all of a sudden, which they haven't. So
I mean,
Yeah.
it's probably all right.
from the perspective of the guards, the only thing that they have heard is a thud on the roof relatively near to where they are. So there's no reason for them to suspect that anything's up in the rest of the house because
I
the
could've created
silence
a
spell.
distraction for Arthrin.
The silence
And
spell,
then we could
Jesus.
continue.
That's how
Just-
you
just-
use a silence spell.
Just Arthrin lie and
It
say
is-
that
yeah,
you were
that's-
climbing a tree.
Arthrin's sad. He can't.
There's so many ways that Arthrin could try and lie and still fail. So I don't know whether or not Arthrin lying his way out is the best idea. But I don't think that's going to happen yet because.
Because so far he has seemed bad at deception. Is that the true thing?
Has he got
or has
any
just
any
been
any
really
deception?
He's a +1.
Oh,
He's a +1 when he lied to Ella earlier.
So he's not great at it, but
He's also not terrible.
he doesn't have any negatives in it.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
We will see. Anyway,
Oh,
I'm gonna end it here because I'm getting a bit warm. I need to
No,
cool down.
So
Well
it might,
played,
it might
everybody.
not be next fortnight for me.
Okay.
So it may be that I'll let you all know ASAP as it goes.
Okay. Okay, we'll see. Anyway, we'll end the stream there. Thank you all for watching. That was pretty fucking crazy. We are provisionally on for 2 weeks' time. See you then. God bless you all. Farewell. Goodbye. Goodbye.